Good evening and welcome, one and all, to Pacific Forum for Pop Talk. I'm your host, Mike. This morning, I have several articles I want to go over this morning, including those of Gotham Knights, DC Films getting a new executive in charge, and Full Metal Alchemist having a release date for Netflix, at least as far as the next season is concerned. An article from Bounding in the Comment with their views and opinions on Screen Rant and Mark Ruffalo. And I also have a story about Netflix canceling their Resident Evil series. Also, a story that says Amazon is not buying Electronic Arts. And a few other stories to go through for this morning. Of course, before I even do that, I do have a request of anyone who is here right now or anyone who watches this on the replay. And that is, we've got a friend here of the channel, a friend here who I've gotten to know, and I like him, and he does great content. He does gaming on his content. He also does his own pop ins and live streams where he talks to people about various topics and also lets you know what he likes. And that's Jet Sparks 373. He's only 6 away from 100 subscribers, and I would really appreciate it if you all could take the time to go over to his channel right now and give him a sub. Let's get him to that 100 mark. He deserves it. He's a good guy. So let's go ahead and say good morning to those of you who are currently in the chat. Speaking of Jet Sparks, good morning. Hope you're doing well this morning. And also, right now, we have DJ Ronnie G. Yes, sir, he does have a channel. And do me a favor, do him a favor, and subscribe to his channel. I know he'd greatly appreciate it. You know, we grow together, as Orville Nation says, and it's very true. The only way we can grow is if we help each other out, get to know one another, and see what everyone's all about. Not everybody produces the same type of content, and we all have our own styles, our own flares, and we all do this YouTubing a little differently than everyone else. All right, all right, DJ, I got your back. I got your back, brother. I got your back. Here we go. I got your back, brother. Let me go ahead and pop over to your channel as well and show folks your channel, and then we'll get into the stories for this morning. And here we go. Now I have DJ Ronnie G's channel up. Right there. And there's DJ Ronnie G's channel. So please consider giving him a sub as well. Let's get these guys to 100. They're both only 6 away from 100. Let's get them there. You can do it. I can do it. We all can do it. It's that simple. I've had people help me out, so I'm returning the favor because that's what we should do. We should help each other grow. We should watch one another's content and, you know, get to know each other. So there's DJ Ronnie G's, and Ed Sparks says, just subbed. And DJ Ronnie G says, no worries. I appreciate the linkage. No problem. Doesn't take that much time to throw up a link and shout out another channel. Like I said, it's been done for me, it's been done for others, and it doesn't take up that much time. And DJ Ronnie G says that'll get you some subs. Again, it's just helping one another out. It's, seeing another channel just like they saw this channel and said, I want to shout this guy out. So I wanted to shout Get Sparks out and I wanted to shout you out, DJ Ronnie G. Just that easy. So let's go ahead and go into the first story of this morning's Pop Talk. And that story is about the renewal for season 2 of House of the Dragon. Now, it's only had one episode so far that premiered last Sunday. I haven't watched it, and the reason I haven't watched it is because I didn't, you know, actively seek out the Game of Thrones series and start watching that. And I've never read any of the George R. R. Martin books because I had no interest in it. Now, I saw the trailer for House of the Dragon. It looked interesting. I might check it out eventually, but it's not something that I'm gonna actively, fanboy over when I really don't know anything about it. So this article comes from Geek Tyrant, as you can see, and it says HBO renews House of the Dragon for season 2. And it goes on to say, and by the way, this is by Joy Parr. And a lot of times with articles from Geek Tyrant is you get the author's view and opinion, which is fine. Which is fine. That's part of what Pop Talk is. Part of what I put in the description, where we discuss the news, rumors, and opinions going throughout pop culture and the entertainment world. So the article says HBO has renewed its Game of Thrones prequel series, House of the Dragon, for season 2. We're only one episode into the first season, but the cable network is obviously very happy with the outcome. House of the Dragon debuted on Sunday, August 21st, to the largest audience for any new original series in HBO history. The first episode has now been seen by over 20 million viewers across linear, on demand, and HBO Max platforms in the US. The info is based on a combination of Nielsen data and first party data. I wasn't really impressed with the first episode of House of the Dragon. I thought the storytelling was weak and that they were trying too hard to cram too much of of Thrones into it. Also, for me, there's not one likable character to root for like there was in Game of Thrones. That's just me. Though I do hope it gets better. If you liked it, awesome. As Francesca Orsi, executive producer, HBO programming, or executive vice president, who knows? HBO programming said in the statement, we are beyond proud of what the entire House of the Dragon team has accomplished with season 1. Our phenomenal cast and crew undertook a massive challenge and exceeded all expectations, delivering a show that has already established itself as a must see TV. A huge thank you to George, Ryan, Miguel for leading us on this journey. We couldn't be more excited to continue bringing to life the epic saga of House Targaryen with season 2. The series is based on George R. R. Martin's Fire and Blood series, which is set 300 years before the events of Game of Thrones and tells the story of House Targaryen. Here's the synopsis. The centuries before the events of A Game of Thrones, House Targaryen, the only family of dragon lords to survive the Doom of Valeria, took up residence on Dragonstone. Fire and Blood begins their tale with the legendary Aegon Conqueror, and I'm probably mispronouncing these names, but that's part of Pop Talk as well. Creator of the Iron Throne, and goes on to recount the generations of Targaryens who fought to hold that iconic seat. all the way up to the Civil War that nearly tore their dynasty apart. What really happened during the Dance of the Dragons? Why was it so deadly to visit Val- yeah, I'm not even going to try. After the Doom, what were Magor the Cruel's worst crimes? What was it like in Westeros when dragons ruled the skies? These are but a few of the questions answered in this essential chronicle as related by um, learned master of the Citadel, or Maester, and featuring more than 80 all new black and white illustrations by artist Doug Wheatley. Readers have clipped small parts of this narrative in such volumes as A Roll of Ice and Fire, but now, for the first time, the full tapestry of Targaryen history is revealed. And then it goes on to say who are the stars and the co creators. So, if you're a Game of Thrones fan and you happen to like this first episode of House of the Dragons, well, don't worry, they're getting more. And that's what people want. They want good characters now. And as far as characters that are likable or unlikable, well, I'll take someone's word for it because I don't know if I'm going to actually sit down and take a look at the series while the new episodes are still coming out. I don't know. I just wasn't interested in Game of Thrones, and I'm not going to pretend like I'm the biggest fanboy of a series I've never actually had any interest in. It doesn't seem fair, in my opinion. So let me go ahead and include the invite link for anybody who wishes to join the stream this morning. As you all know, there's always an open door policy here on Pacific Forum for Pop Talk, where anybody can join the stream. You just got to verify that you're an actual living, breathing human and not a bot. So let's go ahead and move on to our next story here. But first, before I do that, let me read some of the other comments. DJ Ronnie G says, now I can shout you out. I always worry about shouting people out in case they don't want to shout. You know, Ronnie, sometimes you just got to take that chance. Sometimes you got to take that leap of faith and go, I'm going to give this person a shout out, whether they like it or not. Well, that's on them. But I'm going to do it because I want to do it. That's my mindset. Is I'm going to do it because I want to do it because it's worth doing. It's worth you know paying it forward. Someone helps you out, helping you get sub. Well, I'll pay it forward and help somebody else out. And let's see. Jet Sparks is saying we all need to put the U back in YouTube and stick it to the corporate channels. Exactly. Exactly, because that's what this platform originally started as, a platform for just us regular people who have silly videos that we want to upload or videos where we speak our mind. There's nothing wrong with somebody speaking their mind and letting their opinion be known. You may not agree with it, but that's their opinion. You can either, take it for what it is or move on. There have been videos I've watched from YouTubers I'm subscribed to, and if it's not gelling with me, I don't leave a comment saying, "Oh, you should do this, you should do that." No, I just move on. I don't even downvote it. I just keep moving on because there are other things to worry about in life that are more important than giving somebody an upvote, downvote, or just criticizing their video just for the sake of criticizing. So let's go ahead and move on to this next story, which started off, catching, you know, basically people were catching on to it. And then it came out that, nope, nope, not true. Not true at all. So This article comes from GameSpot, and it says Amazon reportedly isn't buying EA despite today's report, which this was on, I believe it was on Friday. Yes, yes. So let me go ahead, copy link, and paste it into the chat. This way you can follow along at your own leisure. And of course, as always, the articles are posted in the description below. Again, this comes from GameSpot. It's by Darren Bonthars. Again, it was posted on Friday. It says Amazon reportedly isn't buying EA despite today's report. So before I begin, let me go ahead and welcome Cash Money. Welcome, Cash.
What's up? I think I found this article.
You did. So
That's awesome.
yeah, you know, anytime you post it into that Discord group that we're in, that I might look at it, read it a little bit, and go, okay, it's Pop Talk worthy.
Nice.
It is worthy of Pop Talk.
Happy to help. It is worthy.
Yes. It says a new rumor claimed that EA was set to be acquired by online giant Amazon. Earlier today, a report suggested that Amazon was set to announce an acquisition of games mega publisher Electronic Arts. However, a subsequent report has swiftly refuted that notion. All of this comes amid previous reports that EA had been exploring the possibility of an acquisition or merger. Following the news of the rumored deal, Amazon stock briefly rose before settling down again in morning trade. Goes on to say, according to sources that spoke to GLHF, Amazon's purchase of EA Games was set to be announced later today, but that claim has been disputed by CNBC. I have talked to some people who would actually know if there was something going on, and they say there's nothing going on. That statement right there. What do you think of any time somebody says something like that? There's nothing going on. Makes you think that there's something going on, doesn't it?
Yep.
And I'll relate this because you and I are baseball fans, Cash.
Yes.
And whenever you hear the general manager or president of a team saying that a manager doesn't have to worry about his future with the ball club, that he's safe, it automatically makes you go, he's out of there.
Yep. Oh, it does. Yeah, they don't have to be shady about it, but somebody needs to buy EA and start fixing the problems. They made a mess of that company. There is no reason for a lot of the things that they did. There really wasn't.
No, because they actually used to be, and I use the term appropriately, used to be a good game company. Think about their early games that they had, especially with the Madden series back on Genesis, and then when they brought it over to SNES.
Yep.
And then, of course, they were the original publishers on the game consoles for the Carmen Sandiego games. I have Where in Time as Carmen Sandiego still to this day. They did have some very good games. Road Rash was a very good game.
Yeah, they also were involved in some other racing games too.
Need for Speed.
Yep. Need for Speed, and then their Burnout Paradise.
So the thing about EA is that a lot of people don't particularly care for them because of the microtransactions. Well, you can say that about any video game publisher nowadays.
Microtransaction, always online, extra BS that doesn't belong in these games. Just a mess. Stuff like always online connection in Sin City. I like that, Sin City. In Sim City. Yes, Sim City, which didn't need this. at all. Smaller maps, always online. Blame Maxis, even though it was EA. EA pushing companies that they bought. One of the probably their biggest sin, I would say, is many companies that they bought and they just trashed them, saying, basically not letting these companies that they bought do what they want, which that's what they should have done. Basically, the publisher, make us money, let you do what you want, just as long as you make us money. You got to, or take the Respawn approach. Go F yourself, and we're gonna make this Star Wars game. And if you don't like it, we really don't care.
Yeah,
that's how I read into that. So,
yep. And before I continue with the article, I'm going to welcome our next panelist, Anonymous. Anonymous. Anonymous.
Yes.
I got to stop coming here.
Anonymous.
Okay, need you to help out.
All right. I have a new clip prepared. I might as well go ahead and play it.
All right, youngster, out you go. Don't come back. Ever.
Get out.
And I also want to thank and welcome Jet Sparks. Good morning, Jet.
Greetings.
Hey, Jet.
Oh, no funny video for him? Huh? No.
Yeah.
You're the star, dude. What are you talking about? See, it's great.
Your name flows better with that clip.
It does, man. Anonymous.
Oh, that's not true. Jet Sparks.
Yeah, and also I want to say everyone happy Power Ranger Day.
Oh, happy Power Ranger Day. Nice.
Yeah, it released back almost nearly 30 years ago. Come 2023, it will be exactly 30 years when the original Mighty Morphin Power Rangers first hit the airwaves.
It's
disappointed
crazy.
me greatly.
It's crazy to me that Power Rangers actually came before Voltron. That still blows my mind.
I thought Voltron came out in the 80s. It was in the
70s.
Yeah, Power Rangers came before Voltron. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Well, technically, I mean, if you're going by Super Sentai, its Sentai counterpart in Japan has been on the air since the 70s, but Haim Saban didn't adapt it until like the early 90s. So there's a little clever history right there.
Just like the original Go Line, that didn't come out, I think, until the late 70s, very early 80s.
As goofy as Power Rangers can be, though.
Yes, and believe me, even every series, there's always gonna be one or two goofy moments. Either a character.
There is a good message there. I didn't mean to cut you off, Mike. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. I was gonna say, I'm gonna mention one name about Power Rangers, and that's why I watched Kimberly.
The Pink Ranger. The Pink Ranger, man.
She probably was everybody's crush, but if there's any Ranger I will gladly say now who's probably arguably a little more cuter is, of course, Tui Trang, the Yellow Ranger. May she rest in peace.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, that is so crazy. It was a car accident, right?
Yes,
it was.
Crazy. Yeah, she was cute, man. Yep.
Oh, shut up, man! You were all in it for Billy. You know you were.
And all she wanted.
Billy was the best. Anonymous.
All she wanted was
you knew about his homosexuality status.
I didn't actually know about it, dude.
Yeah, but I mean, again, at least he's happy to like be himself now.
I mean, I'd rather people be themselves than have to hide.
Yeah, and I think the latest season, I think now they're just fully just expressing that, like saying, yeah, I'm a person who'd rather be dating. I'm just a person who'd rather date other girls. The Green Ranger of the current season, Dino Fury. So yeah, and I'm glad they treat it like it's nothing. Like it's nothing special, at least in show they treat it like it's
do they? I don't watch it, but I mean, do they like point it out every 10 minutes?
No, they don't. No, they don't. They just say, yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know. I don't think so.
Like I think the girl she's crushing on, I think they started out as like rivals, and then later on and then she just straight up says in like one episode, "Yeah, I'm just not interested in dating boys." And then we find out the Green Ranger actually likes her, and there you go.
Oh, the Green Ranger likes her. I don't know.
The Green Ranger's a girl. It kind of changes the same thing like how it was with the original show. Because I think in the Sentai, the Yellow Ranger was actually male, but of course for the American adaptation they changed it to a girl. And of course they kind of like do it as sort of an homage because again it's back to dinosaurs again with this latest season.
No, I don't know. I can't.
Yeah, but we're spending too much time. Let's continue on with this article.
That's okay. I mean, I appreciate you coming on and letting us all know that it was the 29th anniversary of Power Rangers because there are Power Ranger fans amongst this community, and there's a Power Ranger fan who subscribed to this channel. I'm going to shout him out, the Smoking Patriot.
Yeah, he is a Power Ranger fan. And Anonymous is a big Power Ranger fan too. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah,
huge crush on Kimberly for sure. Yes, on the Pink Ranger.
I thought his crush was Rita Repulsa.
Oh God!
Hey,
there was a damn like little.
I love the Asians.
Joke. There was a joke about like Mariah Carey being Rita Repulsa, and I like responded to that like, oh God, she's gonna kill us with her song. Run away!
I don't know. I think Anonymous was just in love with those monsters.
Okay. If there's any any female villains you should be in love with, probably like maybe Scorpina, Trakina. That's about it.
I'm a big fan of the clay or whatever they are, the clay monster dudes.
The putty patrollers.
The putty, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, they are pretty rocking the bods if you don't know.
The Power Rangers go to school and then it's morphin time. So
yeah, I got the only time I only like the Power Ranger seasons where they weren't in school. I kind of think, why do we always need to constantly have them in school? I mean, at least
they're always teenagers, man. So they
not always.
They? Oh, they have.
Don't forget, teenagers with attitude.
Yes.
Some of them are at best, like, young at best. At most, they're like young adults. At least they should acknowledge that. Because I think in Lightspeed Rescue, of course, all of them were actual rescue professionals.
But hasn't every live action series of Power Rangers had a school setting to it? I could be wrong.
I think the first few seasons did, and then they kind of changed it up because I know, like. In Space, Lost Galaxy were all about journeying through space and just trying to fight evils as they were journeying through the cosmos. And then we got back to Earth with Lightspeed Rescue because here's the thing though, we had the Red Ranger was a firefighter, Blue Ranger was like Marine Rescue or something.
Okay.
Yellow Ranger Mountain Rescue, Green Ranger was a pilot, Pink Ranger was like a paramedic.
So it was like Paw Patrol, right?
No, not really. No, not like that. But yeah, and of course, like my favorite season, Time Force, is like you have one ranger who's from the 21st century, and the other four rangers are from like the far future, like 1,000 years.
Wow. So, did they ever go to college then? The Power Rangers?
They were like police.
Power Rangers college force.
Time police. They were like time police or whatever, essentially.
Yeah. I can see it now. We told you, Bobby, you can't drink that much during a frat party. I'm sorry, Mr. Ranger. That's better.
Yeah, look, everyone just seems to make fun of Power Rangers. But the thing is, the 2017 Power Ranger movie, they leaned too far into that whole idea of Rangers with attitude, as in The thing is, the whole point of that show is that the Rangers in the original show were just goody goods, essentially. But in the 2017 movie, they were like, yeah, they're Power Rangers with actual harsh teenage issues. Just like, okay, so you're kind of going way too on the nose with it there, with the whole teens with attitude thing.
Mm-hmm.
But let's continue on. We're spending too much time on this.
Yeah, that's fine.
So the article continues by saying CNBC's David Farber said that he mentioned that Comcast, NBC Universal has been approached by EA for a potential deal, but eventually fell through. And the article goes on to say EA has been the subject of several rumors, while other high profile acquisitions in the gaming industry made headlines. A recent report claimed that EA held talks with Apple and Disney over a potential sale, with EA executives aggressively pursuing a deal, according to rumors. During a quarterly earnings call this month, EA CEO Andrew Wilson was asked if any of the acquisition rumors were true. Wilson responded by saying that EA is in a strong position to be the largest standalone independent developer and publisher of interactive entertainment in the world, but hinted that the company would be open to doing business differently. 2022 has been a big year for acquisitions in the gaming space. Microsoft's proposed purchase of Activision Blizzard is slowly being approved by regulatory bodies around the world. Sony purchased Bungie for $3.6 billion, and Embracer Group has been on a buying spree lately, acquiring Crystal Dynamics, Eidos Montreal, and several other studios. Goes on to say the products discussed here. Okay, never mind. So I'm just going to say it. I think that EA will eventually be sold to somebody.
Yes.
As far as who that might be, I really don't know. But somebody's going to end up swooping in and picking up Electronic Arts. Now, whether they continue on with the status quo or look at everything and say, nope, we're starting over. We're giving this company a brand new outlook. That's up to their bosses, whoever they may be, if it does come to fruition. And it's also up to EA, while they're still their own company, to decide whether they want to continue on the same course, which it appears that they do, or whether they want to change the course, which I don't see the latter happening. Any thoughts?
I think the idea that EA is getting bought out, well, if it's gonna be like a larger company like Amazon, again, we already know that Amazon's been trying to get like their own like gaming stuff going, and we already know Google, and we don't want to talk about the train wreck that was the Stadia. Because I'm telling you this now, we've seen like all the we're seeing buyouts of much larger companies now. Because the whole thing with Activision being bought out by Microsoft, we already know that Bethesda is now owned by Microsoft. But the thing is, all their games are still gonna like be multi-platform still. So we are just still. So again, they're just gonna get a larger. I mean, Microsoft's just gonna get a larger profit margin of everything.
And you know, with Bethesda, still producing games for other platforms, that's how all the publishers should do it. Regardless of who owns them, they should all publish games for other platforms.
Yeah, exactly, and that's true. I mean, because here's the thing: exclusivity is not. I mean, people used to think exclusivity is what sells consoles now, but now everybody practically owns every console. Or the best part is, the thing is, Steam is the all-in-one platform you go and get games on PC. And of course, I mean, but Nintendo's still gonna keep doing the things they do. We just need them to just have better internet infrastructure with them. That's the only thing they need to improve on, because everything about that, most of the games that come out with them are usually good, and they have some really dumb tactics because they just don't have a good sense of the time still, in a way. But also, the thing is, like, Sony buying out Bungie, it kind of makes you wonder, why the heck didn't they buy Bungie sooner? Because like back in the 6th gen era, Bungie was basically competing with Activision for Xbox Live standings for Call of Duty, and of course they had Halo at the time. So In fact, they were the ones who created it. Microsoft just made 343 Studios just to exclusively make Halo games. But when when they told Microsoft, "Hey, we want to branch out and do a new type of franchise," they're like, "No, you guys got to keep making Halo for us." Okay, if you want to keep us making Halo, fuck you then. Bye. But that was probably the dumbest mistake they made by going with literally their competition, because Destiny 1 at launch, it was like the most bare bones game we could ever. This is like one of the games where we start seeing like, yeah, everything is like so bare bones and it only improved somewhat over time, but you still had to pay like a whole bunch of overpriced stuff with like all the expansions and whatnot.
Yeah, and that's what really disappointed me about the first Destiny when it came out. I'm thinking there's not much to go on here.
Yeah, and I mean, if everything was perfect, like everything they promised in all those gameplay reveal trailers, like Destiny would have been the game that would have helped them achieve world domination. It would have been there. I mean, sure, they wanted to try to make sure that it was on every platform because if they went with Microsoft. Because if they went with Sony, it would have been exclusive. But on the flip side, Sony would have had a even greater advantage over Microsoft in the early days of the 8th gen, because Destiny would have been that great killer app that they were looking for. And not only that, it would have been a great shooter franchise. And I think even Bungie actually partially helped develop the DualShock 4 controller for the console. So they had so some of the design philosophies that they use in the PS4 were done by them. So if somebody had bought them out earlier, it would have been like a great game that only like PlayStation fans would have like been like blathering about for months and even years on. Like it just would have been perfect for everyone out there, because I mean, at least with Sony's backing and everything, they probably would have had the vision that they wanted for the game that they wanted. Even if they had to delay the game a little bit longer, it would have been like a great game that everyone would have enjoyed. I personally, as a person who was a big fan of the Halo games, seeing this new franchise and universe where we get to explore multiple planets and fight against multiple different alien races, it would have really been like one of the best games ever made, possibly, with such an amazing story and lore behind it. But that's just me.
You're not wrong. I mean, again, I was disappointed because I'm looking at everything that was available at the time I purchased the game. It was lackluster.
Yeah, and the story, especially the story. I mean, just don't get me started on some of the story. Heck, even some of the lore that they try to that was somewhat more explained a little bit, actually was a lot more interesting. Even a lot of the concept art looked interesting. You would have gone to multiple places on Earth. Heck, you would have got to explore the ruins of Chicago or the ruins of Mumbai on Earth. I know you would have already explored the rings of Saturn, but we wouldn't see like a sort of Saturn level until the Taken King expansion. And there you go.
Just Destiny just needed more content. It could be fun, but I don't know. I just never really got into the PvP part of the game. But the PvE, the raiding,
yeah, that would have been interesting. But I mean, I missed the multiplayer. I missed like the multiplayer beta, and I think it was for the best. Because when I actually got to play the Destiny 2 beta, oh my god, that was probably the most boring experience I had ever had in my life. I'd never been so bored playing a video game. Hell, I had more fun playing Borderlands than I did playing Destiny 2.
That bad, huh?
Yeah.
Glad I never even thought about Destiny 2.
I have it. It was free for a while, and then you could get it free.
It's still free on Steam. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just kind of people are still playing it, I guess. But
I think. I don't.
I know
really
people
know.
are. I know some of my friends were streaming it recently. I just haven't thought that much about Destiny 2. But Destiny 2 is a lot more fun when you're playing with friends. It's like a lot of games.
True. I mean, you and we played Shredder's Revenge the other day. No, we had a lot of fun.
So much fun.
Cruising right through that game.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm looking at Destiny 2 right now. It turns out on Twitch there's at least 10,000 people watching Destiny 2 streamers right now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess it still has an audience, and if you're a
Yeah.
streamer, that's what counts.
Yeah.
You can play with other people, and yeah. I don't know. The PvP for whatever reason just didn't do anything for me. I don't know why. Oh well. Well. The PvE was fun though.
Mhm.
So, PvE could definitely be fun in Destiny, but whatever.
It can be fun in any game. You just have to have the right game.
Yep.
So our next article here comes from Bounding in the Comics, and it says Gotham Knights release date moves up. Harley Quinn and Clayface revealed. I'm sorry, I'm not impressed with this new design for Harley Quinn. It just doesn't fit the character.
Yeah, but like facial wise, she looks almost like Holston Sage.
A little bit.
Yeah, she does.
You should be able to play the boss fight, Mike. I think they have it on this article.
Yeah, I haven't had any trouble playing any
Yeah, it shouldn't be a problem.
video game videos.
Anything from IGN should be okay, I think.
Yeah, because we kind of because I think me, Drew that Underground, Bear 64, we kind of went through an EFAP styled Gamescom's opening night last night on Talking Pinheads by Open Mic series.
I actually had stopped by for a little bit and watched a little bit of what you guys were talking about. I just didn't say anything in the chat. You know, I was one of those people who kind of lurk.
You're a lurker.
Yeah.
I have my cloaking device on, but I'm still there.
Hanging out like a Romulan.
Yeah, the only time I'm just lurking around only in the chat is if it's like a really, really big stream, like, you know, like there's like 10,000 people watching like Friday Night Tights or Flashcast last night. Sure, I occasionally chat, and I'm only like maybe one person like actually responded to a comment that I did in the chat.
Oh, chat's just for that kind of stuff is just for you to throw in your 2 cents and like 4 people read, but they never respond to it. It's just
and that's the same thing with super chatting. I mean, but I think even Yellow Flash, I think unless it's like over like 20 or like it's over $20, he probably won't read it.
Yeah, I mean, Friday Night Tights is the same way. If it ain't $50 or over, they're not reading it. So it doesn't. It's a waste of money now to, throw a super chat in there for $5 or $10 or whatever. Because
look, if I ever get like that big, and I mean, I start like getting super chats, I mean, I would not recommend people do it anyway. But if people would set super chat me, I mean, keep it as low as like $5 at least.
Well, yeah, super chats are fine. It's just that understand the show you're in, because
like FNC, you get like there's like 10,000 people watching it every week,
right? And if you ain't got the money to be spending just to throw your 2 cents in, don't freaking do it. And man, I can't afford to do super chats very often, and when I do, it's like
I
no more than $5.
I don't have a lot of money to throw around. Most of it's going toward paying bills. And I just say this, I mean, anyone, if you ever want to come in and have topics to talk about on my open mic Talking Pinheads, it's based on that one joke from SpongeBob. Again, anyone is welcome to stop by, anybody. But just as long as you're not there to troll, you're welcome. If you got a topic we can talk about, let's talk.
Yep. It's just like Wednesday night. There was a couple of trolls in the chat, and I said my 2 cents. Said my piece. And first time I've seen Janet here. Welcome, Janet, from another planet.
Hello, Janet.
How are you doing this morning? Speaking of which, Janet has a great channel. I'm going to go ahead and find her channel, and I'm going to put her link into the chat for anybody who comes by afterwards, or anybody who's watching now, so they can subscribe to her channel. So give me a second. Not the fastest typer in the world, but I get the job done. All right, there we go. I have the link, and I will go ahead and post it in the chat. And there we go. Got it. And I'll put the message into the chat. Here we are. There it is. And there it is. There you have it. Please subscribe to Janet from Another Planet. She does great videos. I've also seen her on other channels before. And just do yourself a favor and subscribe. Appreciate it, Janet. I really do. That we do. And Wednesday, there were a couple of trolls in the chat, and I basically had to say my piece that it won't be tolerated on this channel. You can go someplace else for that, because the people who come in here and actually want to listen to something like Pop Talk, or watch any of the videos I have on the channel, and are congenial with one another in the chat, they're more than welcome. But if you're going to start trouble, well, then I'm just going to play this video again. It's a new clip I added. I played it a little earlier, but this is pretty much my message to you. Come in, be cordial, be friendly, but if you're going to cause trouble...
All right, youngster, out you go. Don't come back! Ever!
Yeet.
Yep.
I trolled you a little bit the other night. Sorry about that.
About to throw you out, Anonymous.
I know.
Oh, no. I'm not throwing Anonymous out.
He's the star, the biggest star in the world.
I am.
Okay.
Okay. Nobody knows that.
All right, Anonymous. You're the star, so you know what I'm going to do?
Oh, no, don't do it.
All right.
All right. There you go. He's the star. The spotlight's on him.
All right, let's
Welcome
talk about She-Hulk.
All right.
Well, all right. You want to talk about She-Hulk before we talk about Gotham Knights?
No, you go ahead.
We can do that.
Oh, you want to talk about She-Hulk?
no.
Oh, yeah, I'm the star. I talk about whatever I want.
That's right. You pick the topic, Anonymous.
Say what you need to say. The podium's yours.
No.
Somebody go get me that cricket so I can use it as bait.
This is why I don't live stream.
All right. No pressure.
You
dude.
can do it.
She-Hulk is the worst freaking Marvel movie since the last Marvel show.
Hey, episode 2 has pooping in it. They mentioned.
Does it? I haven't seen it yet.
It does.
What?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm not joking.
give me a break.
Oh,
I'm not
Lord.
joking, guys. Look, you can watch it or not watch it, but I'm not joking with you guys.
There's a
My
bathroom
friend
scene.
ran it back 5 times just to have the one character says, and this is the best places for pooping. Basically, I'm joking. It's so stupid.
Who approved that?
I don't know.
Obviously,
They
the writer,
probably
whoever.
thought it was funny because the guy brings the basket to welcome She-Hulk and the friend who for some reason is already in the office, and they're like, we have an office together, and you're just like, oh, that's okay. And then the guy comes in and he says, "Oh, I wanted to give you this basket, and then I also want to tell you the best place for poop." I was like, "What? Why is this happening?"
Oh,
That's only something you talk
guys
about
can
with
look
your
it
best
up.
friend at work. I mean, come on.
He just wanted to tell. He's like the best place for pooping, and my friend kept running that same scene 5 times. Just he says, "I tell you, just it was the worst thing."
What?
Yeah.
All right,
it
I
was-
gotta make another video. By the way, my new Hulk video, She-Hulk video, is out today. Shameless plug for myself.
Oh,
Go watch it.
There
But
you go.
yeah, now I'm probably gonna have to watch that and make another video. So
well, you can just run into that scene. Oh, in this also in episode 2, which I don't think you guys care if I spoil things.
no.
She blacks out because when she starts turning into the She-Hulk again, she starts blacking out for some stupid reason. Now, in the cartoon,
Bruce never blacked out.
right? No, he did not. And my friend mentioned that too.
Do not mention Puny Banner.
But yes, in this episode, there's no. My friend is continuing to watch this because Charlie Cox is going to pop up in this show in the next few episodes. So he's just
They're going to
waiting,
neuter him.
and he feels that they might. So it's a
So
it's a
is he-
high possibility.
is he waiting for the inevitable cucking of Daredevil, or is he hoping for something magical?
I think he's just see Charlie Cox again because it's like his Daredevil and that series was great. I mean, it's the best Daredevil we've ever had. I would say ever on screen ever.
Right, but is he hoping for that back, or is he?
I think so. Yes.
Oh
Yes,
no!
I think so.
Why set yourself up for
I
disappointment?
think, or he just wants to see him. I don't. He knows the show is just. Look, if people like these shows, Miss Marvel, She-Hulk, Hawkeye, go nuts. But I have not found one Disney Marvel show that I go, man, that's Disney Plus show that I go, man, that is so good.
No. And the movies are becoming just like the TV shows. There's no difference between the two now. They all equally look the same. They sound the same. They quality is exactly the same. So
It's
It's
poor.
just-
It's very poor quality.
They have She-Hulk already has bad writing. You've got Jennifer Walters, who actually she blacks out twice in this. Once and then she blacks out again. And
you
the
black out.
stuff it's just how can you not make fun of this? Look, if people like this and this is the direction, enough people like this, and this is the direction they want to go in, go crazy. But I can't say She-Hulk is an entertaining show. I just can't. There was parts in the first episode where you saw Bruce and Jen, and they were having some good banter, and then everything fell apart after they got to the courtroom at the end of that episode. And that was episode 1. And then, of course, episode 1, there was already somewhat of a message because there has to be a message. There has to be. There doesn't, but it has to.
Oh, it was all through it, dude. I mean, even when they were in Mexico, it was nonstop. I'm better than you. You don't know what it's like to be a woman. It's
right, but there was still some good banter there, and then they did fall and break the whatever Bruce built, that cabana thing.
his bar.
His bar. It was just his bar, yeah. But it right there was like, okay, this part is okay, and then it just went again. It just went in the trash because it's not. Where are they going with this? There's no. She-Hulk should be when she turns into She-Hulk, she should stay as She-Hulk. She should not become human again. But they have to show her as human. she should stay as a She-Hulk, like she did in the Incredible Hulk animated show. But they're not going to
was she
do
like
that.
that in the comic books. I never got to read the comics.
Yes, she did. She stayed as a She-Hulk in the
Oh, well, yeah,
comics.
then she should
Yeah,
have been.
because she had more confidence as She-Hulk.
Right. And the way they did that car sequence, Anonymous, in the first episode, it was like this slow motion garbage, and then all of a sudden he got cut, so his goo or his DNA fell into her, and that's how she became She-Hulk. I thought it was stupid. We already had a whole in the animated show of Incredible Hulk in the 90s, and even in the comics, she needed a blood transfusion. That was way more interesting than her just, oh, well, I got blood into my DNA from my cousin, whatever.
Yeah, because you couldn't have the man save the woman. That's not how they do it anymore. So she saved him, but accidentally got a little peanut butter in her chocolate, and turned her into She-Hulk. So it wasn't a more life-threatening situation where she was injured and she had to have a blood transfusion. So, Bruce wrestled with the idea and ended up doing it anyway to save her life. Can't have that.
Yeah. Now, I will give the show a little bit of credit in episode 2, just like I did in episode 1. At least it does make sense that she got fired in episode 2, and that it would be hard for her to find a job because people would generally be afraid of She-Hulk. But when she gets the job, she has to be She-Hulk. And it's just, I don't know where this show is going. They just don't want to find a good direction for these Marvel shows.
Because
are you saying that they don't know whether or not she should just be stuck as She-Hulk or she has to be puny Jennifer Walters?
Right. She should just be. No, they don't. They have to show her as human, dude, because she's strong in everything. She's great at everything. She blacks out and comes She-Hulk, then she's not She-Hulk. It's
the same principle as people like Mando has to take his helmet off and show his face. These people can't, they're narcissists. They can't be in a movie or a TV show where their actual real face isn't shown. They have to have, recognition. They can't just take the win like a freaking Halo. It's absolutely ridiculous. These people are
but Halo, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, there you go ahead.
Halo, the series on Paramount, was not connected to the games, so it wasn't canon. Does that make it right?
I immediately wrote that show off. And
does it make it right that he took off his helmet and they showed his face? I don't care if it's not canon. As a Halo fan, no, I do not like that.
But I mean, we already know what Master Chief looks like. I mean, if you saw like some other Halo,
he takes off his helmet, but he doesn't really show his face. He's not supposed to. It's like
because it's supposed to be, and the game is supposed to be an analog to say, you, the player, are the Master Chief.
Right, I agree exactly.
But I know even in the games they're trying to explore. In the newer games, they've been trying to explore who the Master Chief is. The person we kind of already know who he is. He's just some kid. He was some kid who was kidnapped from the from one of the human colonies, replaced with a clone. So his actual parents believe he's already dead. So there you go. His life is nothing but war. And there's nothing he will have outside of that life, outside of being a soldier. He will not know anything else. It's what he was trained to be from such a young age. That's what even Halsey herself believed this. If you basically just thrust children into a world of violence, they'll be more efficient soldiers. And that's all they'll ever be. So they can never adjust to civilian life after the war is over.
Yeah, I mean, even if these shows aren't canon, it's just disrespectful to do that to the character. It's to take the helmet off to when that's part of his character. They don't show his face. It's a mystery, and I would rather have the mystery than actually having to see his face. Well, now they had shown his face in the Paramount show. I don't know if that got renewed or whatever for another
Yeah, well,
season.
I don't want that. That show is an abomination. But here's what my response if I ever had the chance to ever have to sit down and watch it.
Yeah, I can agree with that. It was like the first live action G.I. Joe movie, and they had Joseph Gordon Levitt as Cobra Commander, and you saw his face. And I'm thinking to myself, I don't want to see Cobra Commander's face. I want to see him wearing that iconic helmet.
You look stupid. You look stupid. You look stupid. You look stupid as hell when you take the mask. When he takes the mask, he looks stupid as hell. He looks like just a more full size Gollum in a way. I mean, at least when the second movie came out, at least they actually made him wear the iconic helmet and basically told Destro to go fuck himself at the beginning. Which again, basically Destro in that movie was basically played by the Ninth Doctor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. Christopher Eccleston.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
I just.
When it came to that movie, I wanted to hear somebody at least attempt to get their voices close to Chris Latta's Cobra Commander, because that voice is iconic. Destro, you fool! Of course, he voiced Starscream, so you still heard the same voice, but still, that voice was iconic. And if you can get a good enough actor to at least get their voice to sound as close as possible.
Starscream, do as I command.
All they say when they're making these movies and stuff, all they see is we need to pluck out the ridiculousness of the cartoons or whatever, that people love. And they think that his voice was probably over the top and ridiculous, so they couldn't have that.
At least Bumblebee actually made everything more closer to what it was like in the cartoon. But of course, then we also already know that again, it still kind of suffers from all the classic mayhem that we've already come to see with all his movies. And the same thing with the Ninja Turtles, but we already know that movie's not going to get a third film.
Ninja Turtles. You saw the trailer. You're like, are they on steroids? And what happened?
Yeah,
that's
huge.
The first thing. I was like, come on, man.
Hell, people made better cosplays. Hell, like Epic Rap Battles made better Turtles costumes than them just going full CGI.
Nice.
Cowabunga indeed. In fact, right. Bossa Nova.
Yep.
Chevy Nova.
Oh, what?
That first Turtles movie, I could still watch it to this day. And
yeah. For what the second one too, Secret of the Ooze, man. Like that's my childhood right there. Ninja Rap.
Yeah, but the only thing that we all really did not like is them just not using their weapons because, I mean, heck, even in the 2003 cartoon, they used their weapons.
Mm-hmm.
That was a good movie with Patrick Stewart as the bad guy. Yeah, that was a pretty cool movie. It's not bad.
Yeah,
animated.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the animated TV series.
The 2003 animated series where they took a little bit more from the comics. Peter Laird was actually involved in that series, and
and they got characters like Usagi in there, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was before the 3D one, right?
Yeah, before the 3D one. That was on when Fox was transitioning into the Fox box, and then it became 4Kids TV, stuff like that.
Yeah.
The problem with a lot of the writing that I see nowadays is that these writers want to crown themselves kings and queens as the greatest writers ever on Earth, and they're not.
Well,
nobody calls Soundwave uncharismatic.
Well, the thing is, like,
anonymous, jealous.
Right.
Even the G.I. Joe movies, like, yeah, they were goofy and they're not the best at all, but they got Snake Eyes and Storm Shadow, yes. They got them right. They had their mask on, they were fighting. You saw the rivalry, and they got that right. And they got some things in the G.I. Joe movie right. It still felt somewhat like G.I. Joe.
Exactly.
Went off the rails on number 2, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, I understand The Rock is cool, but seriously, what the heck did he even need to be there?
No, I like
Well-
the
There
Dennis
was a
Quaid as
yes.
not Duke, but
Was he Duke?
Flint.
Oh, Flint. Yeah.
Yeah,
Um,
but
yeah,
Channing
it
Tatum was
was-
supposed to be Duke, and we had like
Right.
Dennis Quaid as General Hawk.
or General
We
Hawk.
had-
That's right. Yeah, and
We
yeah,
had
he was
some
good.
ridiculous love story between, I think it was Rampage and Scarlet or something. I don't know. I didn't understand that. Still don't. I think that was in the first movie.
Marlon
Was it-
Wayans was like, but I think he was a different character. He was called Ripcord, and he
Was
had
it
like some.
Ripcord? I don't know.
Yeah,
Was
Ripcord,
it
that's what his
Ripcord
name
and
was.
Scarlet? I don't know. It was weird. I was like,
Eh.
I don't know. It was bizarre. Yeah.
But
made
then
some
again, I think people would have found
Terrible
it
choices.
bizarre a black guy trying to hit on a redhead because it's unheard of. It's
Not heard of
horrible.
at
It's
all.
impossible. It can't ever be done. I say screw it. Come on, seriously.
I just don't. I wasn't sure they ever had a relationship. I think.
Yeah, I mean,
Scarlet
it was
liked,
just really it was just
Duke,
him
right?
just constantly hitting
Yeah.
on her the whole time,
Right.
and of course him just like not meeting back with her advance, not like just waving away all of his advances until like the very end where she just gives him a peck on the cheek and say good luck, good luck, Slick.
It's just. Yeah, it was just. I'm like, I don't think they were supposed to be a couple. They weren't in the cartoons. So.
No,
No, it was
Or
Duke
finding
and
that
Scarlet
weird.
in the
Yeah.
cartoon.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But Matt from Channel 66, he is basically a Channing Tatum stan, so I probably bet he absolutely loves that movie.
Really?
Matt's a good dude.
Yeah, he seems cool.
Yeah.
Had him on
Yeah.
the channel last week. We were talking about anime, and
yeah, you can have your
So-
stream back now, Mike.
well, it's all part of Pop Talk. We talk about pop culture. The only rule I have on here is don't go into politics. That's not what the show's about.
No.
Yes, we're going to read some articles that might have a little bit of politics in them, but I don't want us to go on a full political
Yeah.
tirade. And
I agree.
So you heard what Biden said.
Don't. The man's seen out and he needs to be put in a home. That's all he needs to do.
It's so true, but
He isn't a home; he's in our home.
Oh, well, that's bad.
it is the people's
Oh,
house, so we should all go
True.
over and knock on the door. I am
hello.
here.
Can we evict?
Oh.
All right, getting back on the topic here.
Yeah, back.
This article from Bounty in the Comics, of course, is talking about Gotham Knights being moved up and Harley Quinn and Clayface being revealed. It goes on to say the release date for Gotham Knights has been moved up. Not only that, but Warner Brothers Games also revealed that Harley Quinn and Clayface will play a significant role in the story. Goes on to say a new trailer debuted as part of Gamescom Opening Night Live 2022 with the new villains trailer highlighting some of the other villains players will be up against. While the Court of Owls, Mr. Freeze, and the Penguin were known to be in the game, the trailer shows us Harley Quinn has checked in, and the game will also feature Clayface. Even from the brief look, we're able to glean a little more information.
There's the video, dude, if you want to play it.
I'll read the article and then I'll play the video. It says Renee Montoya, former detective and now captain, knows that Gotham won't stand a chance with Batman gone and so many villains making moves. She calls on the remaining Bat family to help, and it appears she has a more direct relationship than Commissioner Gordon had with Batman, given she's speaking to the Gotham Knights team while they are in their civilian clothes. While Harley Quinn is initially shown in a prison and still nutty as a fruitcake, she's later shown seemingly acting as some kind of motivational speaker. An evening with Dr. Q is almost certainly part of some terrible machination. I can never say that word right. Though it's surprising to see so many avoiding any form of caution around her. Goes on to say, that being said, she soon summons an armed thug to deal with Batgirl, who is snooping around backstage. It may be that she either has a captive audience in the literal sense, or that she's speaking to her fellow inmates and psychos. Meanwhile, Clayface is shown taking advantage of his unique biology to warp and twist his body. He even seems to be able to create smaller clones of himself to harass the player. Okay, so that reminds me of Stay Puft Marshmallow Man in the Ghostbusters game that came out in 2009. And it goes on to say, at one point we see the Bat family looking at a hologram of a DNA sample seemingly taken from Clayface's body that was being stored in a small canister. Unless the two scenes are different due to the sticky and malted colors of the hologram, combined with Clayface being far more liquefied than past appearances, it may be that Clayface's DNA and body is breaking down. It would explain why he is hiding in the sewers or using them to enter somewhere rather than using his more subtle shape-shifting. While previously slated for October 25th, the game's release date was also revealed to be moved up to October 21st, so by 4 days. But still, for PC, PlayStation 5, and Xbox Series X and S. And it goes on to say those who pre-order can also get their hands on the 233 custom Batcycle. Previously, creative director Patrick Redding insisted the Joker wouldn't be appearing, nor would there be a bait and switch with Batman's death. That makes me kind of question whether we're actually going to see Batman. Sorry, anytime any creative says something regarding movies, television, or games anymore, I'm always questioning it.
Jim Gordon never gave up on anything. That's why Gotham City is still here. It's why I'm still here. And I've known for a while now that someday, like him, I'd have to work with you. I've seen plenty of criminals in my career, but nothing could have prepared me for this.
Well, well, if it isn't Batgirl.
Gotham City is at her weakest. There's blood in the water, and the sharks are circling. They're all making their move.
Play nice.
But we aren't going to give up.
A storm has risen over Gotham. Nothing can stop it. See you at the premiere.
I need your help. Your skills. Your knowledge. Your adaptability. You got my back?
Oh, boys!
This biopic is based on a true story. My story. Soon, the world will feel the cold as I do.
I got one last little surprise for you.
Come come to watch the show, Red Hood?
Nah, I'm just here to kick your ass. Pre-order now and get the 233 custom Batcycle skin.
So
All
if
right.
you want to see the actual gameplay of the fight of Harley Quinn, that's on IGN.
Okay,
Mike.
I will go to IGN's page and I will find it.
And you'll see Nightwing, and and then you get to hear more of Harley's great voice. Ugh. I know she's supposed to be older, but where's Tara Strong? But anyways, whatever. I don't make these decisions, so
Oh, but you know, you mentioned the gameplay, and that's one thing I was disappointed in as I'm watching it. If you're going to show me a trailer, don't just show the cutscenes. Show the gameplay mixed in with the cutscene. This way, players like me know what they're getting. Players like Anonymous know what they're getting. JetSpark, Cash, Resolute Germ, Janet, and anyone else who might be interested in the game.
it's just you can see in the cutscenes, and I obviously didn't watch that trailer the first time close enough. That CGI trailer. First of all, Barbara can't be a redheaded. She's supposed to be redhead, but her hair is black. I don't know. Whatever. I just why do we want to
Ginger
erase
side.
redheads?
Ginger
Barbara's all-
side.
Yeah.
Dude,
It's not cool.
No.
It's just not cool.
and yeah,
Taking away the
Clayface
redheads.
did look like snot, by the way.
What do you think, Jet? Is it cool that Barbara Gordon's not a redhead anymore?
No, it actually takes a step down.
Yes,
It really
it
does.
does.
Hell,
Yes,
freaking
it does,
Dina Meyer, who was in that Birds of Prey WB show, was more closer to what she's like in the comics. And I know she's supposed to be Oracle at that point,
Right.
where she gets shot by the Joker and she's paralyzed. But I don't get it. I mean, I don't know what the hell everyone's hate. Yeah, thank you, Janet. Everyone freaking hates gingers and
I don't
redheads.
get it. I
No,
don't get
because
it.
I absolutely love redheads, and even stories I'm writing, at least there's like maybe 2 or 3 actual redhead or ginger characters in there. Well, one of them's actually like strawberry blonde. One's like a pure redhead.
Yep.
And two
This
of them
is
are
my
supposed- and two of them are
philosophy
supposed to be
on redheads.
siblings.
And I think they don't like this because this is my philosophy, and I think it's true. A red-headed woman, if you have red hair, even if it's fake most of the time, adds at least 20 to 30% extra beauty to you.
Exactly. I mean, but I mean, it's just that crazier thing, though. But
And all the
I mean,
blondes and
you
brunettes
tell
in Hollywood, they don't
yeah,
like.
but that's the whole point. I really don't like. I mean, look, if you're a natural redhead, it's just like, come on, that's like that's like more credit to you
Exactly.
as being
Mhm.
beautiful. But of course, just like, why is everyone just so? I mean, I know people want to keep making those stupid jokes about saying that redheads
See,
have no souls.
it's-
They don't. But wait,
like-
what? I didn't mean like that. But I think even that Star Wars girl acknowledges that she hates redheads. She says they all have no souls. Just
It's
like,
just a
why
running
you guys try to
joke.
go with that joke?
Because some redheads don't have. We see something like like Jen Psaki or whatever.
Yeah, well, I knew there was a douchebag in high school who had he was like a pizza face and he had glasses, and he dumpster dived for Playboy magazine and openly read them in class. So that guy clearly didn't he gave us no fucks about anything, so he had no soul.
See,
Yeah,
we
this
can all
was a
find
dude.
one.
Huh?
We can all find one.
No, it's just it's always the same. Like, I'm not going to get too political or anything, but it's always the same. There's, for some reason, it's either the writers, like you had with I Am Not Starfire, where they want to inject themselves into the show or into the comic or graphic novel or whatever they're working, and yet they won't just make new characters. They just won't. But they were like, I want to see myself in this character, so we have to make a character like this. Do we?
Yeah. It's a very extremely overweight girl who has a nose ring and everything.
Right.
Goth,
So
fat goth
ridiculous.
girl. Just
Why
Who wants to
in
watch it? Who wants to
whatever
read that?
freaking space or whatever? Why would Starfire ever have a daughter who looks like that? Ridiculous, but whatever.
I don't know.
Yeah, and who's the thing? She looks. I mean, I probably would have bought it a little bit more if that was Raven's daughter. I would have bought it a little bit more, but at least she uses the same dark magic powers that her mother has.
Right.
Even though she'd be like a quarter. Instead, she'd only be like a quarter demon instead of it being half demon, instead of her being completely half demon like her mother was.
No.
Again, I could buy that character being Raven's daughter more than I would bother. I mean, she just dyed her hair black so she doesn't want to be associated with her mother.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, redhead's bad. We must go away from redheads. Not. I see a red. I'm going to say
ever
hello.
had any redheads in shows. I'm sure there's been more. Obviously, a few in the comics, but it's rare.
Murray.
So, I mean, they want to even cancel people like Jessica Rabbit. Jessica Rabbit, come on.
Well, you mentioned Jessica Rabbit. I can name 2 redheads as a kid that I liked: Jessica Rabbit and April O'Neil.
Yes. I don't even think. Wait, did they actually dye Megan Fox's hair red in the
Nope.
movies?
Nope.
No, she was still being. It was just Megan Fox playing Megan Fox. That's all it was.
Great.
It's ironic that now she basically is acting. She basically pretty much is like her character from Jennifer's Body, where she is actively drinking blood from somebody.
Just so weird, man.
But Hollywood's full of weirdos.
They are.
That's Hollywood.
That's all right.
All right, so let's go ahead and check out some actual gameplay from Gotham Knights.
All right.
I'm gonna say if it's as long as it's not like the TV show.
Yeah, I haven't had problems showing stuff of IGN, so I think it's fine.
No, I haven't had any issues myself.
Don't be rude. Mama's talking here.
Right before you start the Harley end of arc boss fight, which takes place in Gotham Hospital. Up until this moment, you've been pursuing Harley, you've been trying to figure out what she's up to. But of course, this is Harley Quinn, and she's up to no good in Gotham. And living your best life in this case means doing.
Wait, there's
murderous
redheaded
and
Barbara, I
violent
think.
things. Right before the boss fight starts,
yeah,
you finally
I guess
figure
she
out
is.
which part of the
But when
hospital
we saw her
you're in,
picture, and I think that
you're
was
about to
Barbara, she had
confront
black
Harley
hair,
and
and she
everything
was.
that she's been up to.
I don't know. It's weird.
Either that or it's like
That was another character. Maybe
Montoya.
that was Maybe that was Montoya, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Just kind of threw me.
As if. This has been in the works since Blackgate.
Look, and people were like, I was reading the comments of this video, and people said, "Oh, it's great to see Harley older." I'm like, she would be older, but she sounds like a 60-year-old grandma who smokes a pack of cigarettes for 10 years.
What are you talking about, Cash? I only smoke 2 packs.
Wheezy from the Jeffersons.
Am I too
People were
close to
like-
the Coib?
But a lot of people said I like her design a lot, and I was like, "Oh, that's great." Okay, now we're gonna play.
You ready?
Oh yeah,
This is some of the best combat I've actually seen in this game, though.
cool.
And
Oh yeah,
so this definitely has the Arkham feel right here. Yeah. And then people were saying, "Doesn't this look challenging?" And I'm like, "Does it?" I guess.
yeah, but didn't like in that Batman and Harley Quinn DCAU movie, didn't like Harley like bang Nightwing or whatever?
Yes, that did happen.
Harley banging everybody.
What's
Harley
the
in that movie was pretty good, but yeah, she did bang Nightwing. She was using him, of course. Typical Harley.
She's a slut.
She's a bitch, dude.
He's a psycho.
Yes.
Psycho slut.
Well, that's all the Joker's fault. But she fell in love with
Yes.
a crazy man.
Yes, this is true. But now, of course, I think Joker should be dead in this time period. If Batman's dead, yeah. But I mean, I like the gameplay I'm seeing. I'm just like, haven't we seen this already? They were comparing. They says they should have like a Heath Ledger Joker, and then you got the Harley Quinn, and I'm like, I don't like her makeup. Maybe you guys do, but I don't like.
I think
I'm
that's
crazy about it.
I think that's supposed to be like a spade that she has painted on over her eyes.
Yeah.
Essentially.
I think you're right, dude. Okay, yeah. And her voice is just, I don't know. I don't like it. Nightwing's all right.
You make sure to keep him here.
I just
I'm
wanted
not crazy about the
Harley's
voice.
makeup.
Yeah,
I don't. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, we've been already. Yeah, we with the Arkham games, the way Harley looked, it's just that we've just been spoiled.
Yeah.
I just feel that way.
All
What
I
do
can
you
say
guys
in that
think of the
in like
combat, though?
Arkham Asylum is like that one scene. Yeah, I'm surprised. I'm surprised that wasn't me in that scene or anybody.
Yeah,
Do you
and
guys
Janet,
like this gameplay though? I think it looks the best I've seen in so far that they've shown.
it doesn't look too bad.
Yeah, Nightwing actually looks fun to play. So.
Yeah, he does.
Mm-hmm.
And, Janet's bringing up Blood Rain. I like the game, but I'll admit the movie was a guilty pleasure.
Oh no!
Boll.
Anything that's made by Uwe Boll is just like a pile of steaming horse manure that's on fire.
Well, like I said, it was a guilty pleasure.
Oh yeah. By the way, were you also drunk? Were you also drunk when you were watching it?
No comment.
Yeah. That's the only way you can ever get through any of his movies is if you're completely hammered or on some other sort of unlawful substance.
Yeah, Uwe Boll is he's something. I think they finally banned him from Hollywood. Maybe not. I don't know what he's doing there.
Yeah, I mean, you really gotta have some balls if you think that anyone who's critical of your movie is gonna challenge them to a boxing match.
That's right.
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and stop
Okay.
this video because I think we've seen enough.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with Padawannabe.
Yeah, there's a lot of junk.
It's like gymnast trying to do battle. It's like having a one off or something. It's like
Well,
that dude's breakdancing. I mean, he was breakdancing.
Well, Dick Grayson is the youngest son of the Flying
Yes.
Grayson, so
This
yeah.
is true. This is true.
Yeah, but they all do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Makes
now I understand, like some like Spider-Man, his agility is out off the charts and
of course,
strength and stuff. So he's going to be flipping around like
But, yeah, but
Yoda
that's the whole
battling
point.
Dooku.
But listen, the whole thing is Batman's protege. He is obviously the whole point, and Batman is basically just the peak of what a mortal man can be.
Oh.
And Superman is literally that because he's an alien.
I wish they would do some of the stuff in the comics. I would love to see a game where we see Batman and Robin, and then Robin turns into Nightwing, and then Batman and Nightwing have to find a way to be friends again, and if they can't, then they go their separate ways, and then you can play as Batman, you can play as Nightwing. There's so many cool things in the comics, but they wanted to do this whole Gotham Knights for some reason. We need to see.
Well, why can't we
Red
just have a
Hood
Batman game where Dick Grayson assumes the mantle of Batman? I know he does take it.
I like it.
I mean, I think he does in like in
I'd be
some
fine with
stories,
that.
right?
I would.
Yeah,
like
I mean,
that.
Dick Grayson as Batman. We need to retire Bruce Wayne and have and just have Dick Grayson. Have Tim Drake become the new Nightwing, and maybe we have like Damian Wayne as the current Robin.
Or you could have like even Batgirl, and like Batgirl is getting information from Batman, but it's more of her game than his, or it ties into the Arkham Knight or some. I know she pops up in the Arkham Knight. She has a badass suit, but
Yeah, and that's the whole thing, though. We the fans can come up with better ideas for storylines other than the actual creators.
you just read some comics or you watch some of the animated series, and you get thousands of ideas about where Batman should go.
Mhm.
Those are proof
Oh,
that
yeah.
they don't read the comics or watch
Like-
that stuff. They get like Wikipedia information and just go off that.
It's
Well, it's like I've said, when it came to the Batman, there are so many different stories that they can take from that have been written over the past several years. When it comes to Batman, it doesn't always have to revolve around Batman and the Joker,
No.
or have the Riddler show up again in a movie. There are plenty of other characters they can draw from, but they don't.
I don't think they use Poison Ivy enough in the movies.
No,
I mean,
they could do so much more with her, like they did in the animated series, but they haven't. That is a very good point.
And I don't know if Titans is coming back the Pat I want to be.
I don't know. What was it, like 3 seasons, something like that? I don't know.
Yeah. I didn't even watch the last one.
The Robin
watch any of it.
character was just like F Batman, fuck Batman. I'm like, yeah, I can understand why you'd be upset with Batman. And then I felt they got Raven right, and then Starfire came on there, and I'm like, she's a hooker? Okay.
Yeah.
That was her
Yeah.
character.
No. Cosplayers have done Starfire better than this. Seriously.
Why is she a hooker? Didn't she come down from this alien planet? Did people not watch Teen Titans?
Yes,
like the
exactly.
animated show?
Yeah. The
Did you
animated
guys
one,
not watch
God, she
any
looks-
of it?
God, Starfire in that one is more hotter.
The woman
in
is
hell.
orange. She's freaking orange. She's an alien. She's not supposed to be any kind of color except
And
orange.
even then, I
an
think even the older
Oh.
comics, she's supposed to be like the more skin a Tamarine exposes to like solar radiation, the more powerful they become.
Mm-hmm. Good point. Yes.
Well, you guys are talking about Starfire. I might as well bring up an image of Starfire. So, let me just take this article away real quick, and then we'll get back to it. But, here's Starfire for anybody who doesn't know what Starfire looks like. Gotta find that hard to believe, but you never know. There you go. There's an example of Starfire.
No, she's not black.
Yeah, she's an alien. Hell, she has her. She's also supposed to have green eyes.
She's an alien. She's not white. She's not Asian. She's orange. She's an alien from another.
But I guess when they think orange, they think, oh, orange girl, bad.
Yeah.
I like that.
She's running around with a MAGA hat on.
Make alien species great again.
I love it.
Yeah, that works. Make aliens great again.
That's a good shirt. Yeah, I like that shirt. It's funny.
Ah.
But they got Raven right in that Titans show. From what I've seen, they got Robin right in that show. I don't know if they got Beast Boy. He was okay, I guess. But
my only problem with Beast Boy, which was, he looked fine, but he only turned into a freaking tiger.
Right. Oh yeah.
It's like, come on, diversify.
That's
a little
right.
bit.
That's right. He turns into other things, doesn't he? In the Teen Titans show,
He does.
the animated one. Okay. Yep.
I mean, he's a freaking shapeshifter.
Yeah, you can turn into a bunch of animals. Try a gorilla or something. Come on.
Really? A tiger? That's all you got in your repertoire? Come
Yeah.
on, dude.
Yeah, they made one tiger on their computer and then CGI'd him into that every time. Like, thanks, guys.
Yeah. It's just so weird.
Look at her.
Yeah, Starfire's sister is the bad bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
All right, kitty bear.
This one does not approve of your bashing of one's sexuality. That's a Hanar speaking from Mass Effect. That's the big stupid jellyfish.
I think I remember the jellyfish. That was in 2, right?
No, all 3 games.
Was it? Okay. All right. I'll have to look that up.
So, in case you all haven't heard, but apparently Dan Lin is in talks or has already accepted the job by this point to take over DC Films. Producer Dan Lin is in talks to take over DC Films as part of David Zaslav's 10-year Marvel-style plan for the DCEU. This was posted on Thursday, and it says David Zaslav might have found his Kevin Feige as Dan Lin is in talks to take over DC Films and television. The trades report the current head of DC Films, Walter Hamada, is due to exit soon, and if the talks go through, Dan Lin will be in charge of DC, much like Kevin Feige is in charge of Marvel.
Yeah.
David Zaslav has a 10-year Marvel-style plan. Says Warner Brothers CEO David Zaslav has made it no secret he wants a Kevin Feige type to oversee DC as part of his 10-year Marvel-style plan. It is going on to say it's very similar to the structure that Alan Horn and Bob Iger put together very effectively with Kevin Feige at Disney. Zaslav said last month during an investors call, "We think that we could build a long-term, much stronger, sustainable growth business out of DC, and as part of that, we're going to focus on quality." Goes on to say, as Zaslav added, the objective is to grow the DC brand, to grow the DC characters, but also our job is to protect the DC brand, and that's what we're going to do. We'll always be agile, but the focus will always be on theatrical. What is interesting about the choice of Dan Lin is that Lin got his start by interning for Alan Horn, whom Zaslav recently brought into Warner Brothers Discovery fold as a consultant, which includes consulting on the DC films. Lin also worked under film executives Lorenzo di Bonaventura. Kevin Feige got his own start by interning for Superman director Richard Donner. Goes on to say it's further reported that if Dan Lin does get the gig, Lin will report directly to Zaslav and bypass Warner Brothers Pictures heads Michael DeLuca and Pam Adby. Goes on to say HBO Max chief Casey Bloys, and Warner Brothers TV chair Channing Dungey, and be fully in charge of DC again, much like with what happened with Feige at Marvel, as Feige ended up bypassing the likes of Perlmutter and his Marvel Comics creative committee and reporting directly to the heads of Disney, making him fully in charge of Marvel. And it goes on to ask this question of who is Dan Lin? So who is Dan Lin? Well, he has a long list of producer credits where, in regards to DC, he oversaw the aborted Justice League Mortal movie from George Miller back in 2007, 2008. That was just about to film in Australia before it got the axe due to the Writers Guild of America strike. The film was set to star Armie Hammer as Batman, DJ Patrana, I don't know, as Superman, Megan Gale as Wonder Woman, Adam Brody as The Flash, Common as Green Lantern, Santiago Cabrera as Aquaman, Teresa Palmer as Talia
Talia
Al
al
Ghul,
Ghul, and
and
Zoe
Zoe
Kazan
Kazan.
as Eris Allen.
And I was going to say Iris. And Hugh Key Byrne as Martian Manhunter, and Jay Baruchel as Maxwell Lord. Dan Lin is also a producer on the Lego Batman movie and the sequel, Aladdin, and its sequel, the IT movies, or It. So he obviously has some sort of relationship with Hamada and the Flash director, Andy. I'm not even going to try it. I'm just going to butcher it. So it goes on to say he's a producer on the Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes films, which were actually pretty good. If you haven't seen those, I recommend both the first and the second movie.
Yep, me too.
Produced the Lego movies, Godzilla, King of the Monsters, and Godzilla vs. Kong. And upcoming projects include Netflix's Avatar, The Last Airbender series, Inspector Gadget, Lethal Weapon 5, Johnny Quest, and more.
I don't know how they're gonna make that one work.
They're not.
I mean, there was a Johnny Quest show from the '90s that I really liked, and it's almost impossible to find out there.
Mm-hmm.
Avatar is going to be a dumpster fire.
Yes,
he's going to have his name on it. So
yeah, I think he also produced like a Pink Panther movie. I think he also may have some credit on that.
Yeah, he does.
And yeah, we also know. I think here's another filmography he's also doing. He also did It Chapter 1 and 2. He did. You said he did the aforementioned Aladdin movie. He did Sherlock Holmes, both the Godzilla vs. Kong and Godzilla King of the Monsters, Terminator Salvation, Wake Up Ron Burgundy, The Lost Movie. I don't know if that was actually a thing. Unaccompanied Minors, and I think he's going to be involved with a new Haunted Mansion movie that's going to be starring Owen Wilson and Rosario Dawson, Danny DeVito, and Jamie Lee Curtis in it. And it's not going to be like the one that was done in 2003 with Eddie Murphy. I don't even think we got like any like confirmed like filming or like set photos for that movie.
To be honest with you, his credentials are all over the place. Mm-hmm. You know, his name is attached to some stinkers and attached to some decent movies. So to be honest with you, I don't think his I know he's a producer, but I don't think he has a ton of input on what the movies are about. He's just forking over some money, getting a credit. Maybe
sounds like he's also gonna try. I think Zaslav might also just need a yes man.
Yeah, that very well could be. I don't think he's got a good creative vision to man this thing. To be honest with you, he's just looking for an extra link in the chain. Maybe he can point a finger at if something doesn't happen right.
Well, if things don't go right, Zaslav can just read all the comics. Maybe he has these shows, read comics, watch animated shows, whatever, of DC and this and that, and see where it all goes.
Yeah.
Just see his name all over the place.
Yeah, he sounds like he would do anything the show requires. So, Godzilla versus Kong was, except for the fight scenes, it was dog crap.
I personally liked it. At least it focused more on the fact that they actually were fighting instead of like the original one where it was just like we get the semblance of them fighting, but we're only just seeing it from the ground level, from the soldiers and the people and the humans' perspective.
Well, I understand that. That's what I'm saying. All the Godzilla and the Kong and the Mechagodzilla fight stuff was great. And that's
Mhm.
that's what we wanted. We wanted giant monster porn, and that's what we got. But all the human crap, worthless.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
Yeah,
kind of
it's-
some, but at least
it's
we
the
got to, we
humans-
got to see a little bit of we got to see the Hollow Earth at least.
True. But anytime the movie cut to the humans, I was rolling my eyes, going, "Come on, get back to the kaiju."
Yeah. I don't need you human beings in this movie because you're screwing it up. You're like a stain on on the entire thing. So
Also, I had no idea about this, but I had no idea TJ Storm did the motion capture for Godzilla himself. I had no idea. I freaking love that dude. Martial artist.
don't know him. What did he play in?
I think I think he's mostly been like doing stunt. He mostly just does stunt work and stuff like that.
Mhm.
Let me see if I can look up a photo.
Then he
of
got
that.
into motion capture, stop motion.
Yeah.
That's crazy. But yeah,
And I'll
Some
go
of
ahead
this
and
stuff, we know like the Avatar is going to be crap. So what input does he have on that?
But we
Zero?
don't know. We haven't seen it yet, Anonymous.
Oh,
The Search for water, dude. Come on.
The-
You have to understand the search for water. That's what the trailer is showing. They're going to find the water. It's
They're
going to be
gonna find
amazing.
water. Qatar is going to be able to bend some water.
Yes, it's going to be awesome. But no,
Although she
visually,
lives in ice.
if
but-
anything, though, that visually that movie is going to push boundaries, I'm sure, because that's what Cameron wants. And it may
No.
make-
You're thinking the wrong thing. Avatar: The
What?
Last Airbender.
Oh, Airbender.
TV
Are we talking
series.
about the? Oh no.
yeah, the one
Oh,
where
the Netflix. Oh, is there going to be a live action Netflix series? Because I know
Yeah.
people felt. Okay.
Yeah,
you
they've
had-
been
you
working
had
on it for a while.
Avatar. You just said Avatar, so I was like,
I meant to finish it.
no.
but I-
Okay, yeah.
And
Yeah.
Resolute Germ brings up a good point. Lynn isn't a creative; he's a logistics guy, which is what you want for the job.
I hope. Does that translate? Because logistics and keeping a story straight and keeping creatives on point.
Mhm.
I mean, it sounds. I don't know. His body of work suggests that. It's not that he. I mean, seriously, he's got to look at some of this stuff and say, "This ain't right. This is garbage. This is going to make our show or our movie just tank." And figured that would be his job, and he can't do that for some of his movies. It sounds like he's a coward who won't speak up.
Mhm.
And he's just there to draw a paycheck. And
Yeah. Well, yeah. Just pointing out what Padawannabe was saying, dude. The funny thing is, I've seen. I don't know.
Put the comment on the screen there.
Have you guys watched any? Have you guys ever watched Cowboy Bebop? I don't know if.
I've watched the anime. I haven't watched the live action.
I've watched the original anime. It's so good. 26
Yeah,
episodes is some of the
and
best anime I've ever seen.
I've seen fans, and what it is you could race swap. You can do this if you do it right. I saw a hood Cowboy Bebop. It was basically like a rap black version of Cowboy Bebop. And guess what? It still felt like Cowboy Bebop, just like the animated one, because the fans care that much about putting together something that is related to the source material. So it just all this stuff can be done. I've seen even what was it? A black James Olsen, and he was just James Olsen. And then they changed him in the CW show, of course. He had to be a victim. He had to be this. But before he was James Olsen. He was go and get those stories, whatever,
Yep.
Yeah. Just so weird. It's
It
just
is weird.
this stuff is
Yeah,
ridiculous.
but I want to also hear what the Padawan is. This big lengthy one he wrote here.
Yeah.
Let's put that up.
I'll highlight it again.
Put that on.
Yeah, it says Johnny Quest cannot be done today. It seems like a future family now. I don't think they would let Haji be in this movie. They will ethnically swap the family. Johnny's now a white friend of the family. Just That's not the whole point. Johnny Quest is supposed to be Dr. Benton Quest is his father, brilliant scientist. I mean, you could bring characters like Jesse Bannon, aka Race Bannon's daughter from the '90s show, in here maybe. But I mean, still, like Haji is supposed to be technically adopted, I think. I mean, whatever happened to having adopted families? Is that supposed to be a bad thing, or is it quote unquote racist now?
Probably.
Everything is, dude.
Oh my gosh! They just think about them trying to do like the Bionic 6 or something.
Oh boy,
They wouldn't do it.
Well, I
they
know
would
they got
flip
characters
their
like
freaking
Jeremiah
wig.
Sturt. I mean, you had like, of course, you had the Lizard Men from the original '60s show. You had Dr. Zinn and his robot spy, that giant like orb thing with the eyeball and the spider legs. You could do that, or you could bring characters from the '90s show like Jeremiah Sturt and introduce the virtual reality world, Quest World, into it too, because that was a majority of a lot of the plot lines of the '90s show from both seasons 1 and 2.
No. Interesting. I'm gonna have to watch some more Johnny Quest again. It's been a while since I watched that show.
Yeah, I think, but also I think one of my favorite episodes that I think me and my dad loved of the original show was Tulu the Terrible, that giant pteranodon thing that they go up against in the Amazon rainforest.
Yeah.
It's been so long since I watched Johnny Quest. I can't remember one episode from the next.
Yeah.
And you
Your food, Dr. Zinn. You brainless fool! Get out! If you come in here again without knocking, I'll have you flogged. My dad just laughs every single time he hears that line from Dr. Zinn. He just laughs his head off every time. He's such a big fan of that show.
sounded a bit racist to me.
Yeah, no, it's not a very good impression, because again, Dr. Zinn looks like that type of person he looks like that thing from those old Chinese films.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, yeah, that'll never happen.
Yeah. But I mean, you could change it up a bit. You could still use like the robot spy, or hell, just use Jeremiah Sturt from the '90s show. Says they don't like redheads. You just watch the hell Hollywood raises.
Yeah, they don't like that the Bollywood movies are gaining traction.
That's ironic.
And I've
Because
heard
guess what?
some people
the thing
who
is,
have
they want to talk
watched.
about this whole shit about cultural appropriation. Hollywood does it all the time.
No, they do. They can't look at Faye Valentine. She's from Singapore, and they got a woman who's Hispanic. Of course, that only went one season, and she was a horrible Faye Valentine.
Yeah, and ironically enough, a show that Danielle Pineda actually was in, where she was wearing a skimpy outfit, but it was pink. Like, and she's going around doing it while she's doing freaking lap dances and getting her and having some other chick slap her ass. Like, oh yeah, but it's demeaning. But yeah, you were willing to demean yourself that way unless there was a woman doing it.
So crazy. Yeah, it's so funny. Hollywood can't make up their minds about stuff. They keep saying, "Oh, well, if there's this race on the screen, this is going to happen. The fans are going to go upset."
There are three things Hollywood doesn't get. Hollywood doesn't get video games, they don't get anime, and they definitely do not get high school, because they always cast people who are in their 20s to play high schoolers. Like, come on, are you serious? Like, I mean, like, look at Andrew Garfield in, like, The Amazing Spider-Man. Yeah, he's supposed to be 17, and the actor was, like, 29. And how was, like, Tobey Maguire playing a high schooler in the 2003 Spider-Man? How old was he at the time?
He did, but it still worked, man. You know, they did make him look younger, so.
Some people can pull it off, some people can't.
Yeah, it's true. You know.
Some people are young for their age. You know, when you look at them and then you ask them how old they are, and you go,
given
no.
what I look like, I'm not sure. I don't even think I could pass for a high schooler. I don't think I could. At least in my opinion, I don't think I could.
Maybe, man. You might be able to.
Well, yeah, maybe my stature I could, maybe, but I don't know. But I think I'd be walking in there looking like Steve Buscemi with a
Yep.
skateboard, saying,
Steve.
how do you do, fellow kids?
I know I couldn't shave off my beard. I'd still look like I'm in my 40s.
And
For you,
There-
that's generous.
Yeah.
there's a movie that when I heard about this character, I'm like, I know Chadwick Boseman, of course, passed away, but he did say before he passed that he wanted somebody else to play Black Panther. So why couldn't we get a movie with Black Panther and White Wolf? That could be amazing. As far as I know, they work together in the comics. So I
Well,
don't
they
know.
screwed that part up. Like,
I know,
calling it,
Yeah,
exactly.
because of course they want to make sure that all the women of Wakanda are
Right.
the absolute baddest. We already saw how badass women are with Okoye
Yes.
already. We've already seen that.
Yes, exactly.
Mhm.
I agree, man.
I mean, but they're better. But they're better functioning as like people who are like who assist Black Panther in the fight. They don't need to be like the
Mhm.
ones put on the front
No.
lines
No.
and
I
put to the
agree.
forefront.
And why does Black Panther need to be even in the title? It should just be Wakanda Forever and just be done with it. I don't know. Something about that just seems shady
Well,
to
they
me.
got-
Wait,
Probably
what?
because
You
if
don't think
they
the
fact-
entire cast of Beverly weren't teenagers?
It's true.
They got their way. It was a happy or a sad accident. I'm not going to say happy. I don't know how their mindset are, but
Mhm.
that Chadwick Boseman, passed away and stuff. But they
All
they
due to
got their
cancer.
they got their out to turn Black Panther into a girl, and they.
Yeah.
As soon as he died, I'm sure they're sad. He's a good dude.
Yeah, and that's why it's called the MCU and why Star Wars the Force is female.
Yep. But some little, they probably got together and be like, we can turn Black Panther into a girl now, and they're all, they don't want to, cheer for it, but they're all on the back of their head.
Why anyone it's often just the thing. I know they probably think it was just a joke, but how the hell do you not know that Natalie Portman was in Star Wars? I know Taika Waititi's supposed to be having a. They say he's attached to do a Star Wars film, do something Star Wars related at some point. I know he's worked on The Mandalorian, but seriously, again, how have you not seen the prequels? I know everyone at Disney wants to just say, "Oh, the fans hate the prequels." No, I grew up with the prequels, motherfucker. I grew up with them.
Yeah.
That's your trilogy, just like the original trilogy is mine, because I grew up in the 80s.
Yeah, and I mean, I do love the original trilogy, and they're the far superior films. Heck, my favorite one overall is Episode 5.
Mhm.
And
Yeah, see,
I like how Empire ends. It ends on a down note.
Yeah.
Yeah.
we don't hate the prequels. We wish they were better.
They got their problems.
Yeah.
They got their problems. But
But
I think the
never
Clone
hated
Wars. I think most people say the Clone Wars TV show, or heck, even like the Clone Wars publishing initiative at the time, Episode 2 was coming out. Those kind of expanded what the scope of the Clone Wars. And I know most people have accepted the Clone Wars animated show as canon. But again, canon is very muddy when it comes to Star Wars and even Power Rangers in a way. The canon and the continuity is all over the place.
Yeah, but even George Lucas said that the Clone Wars was canon.
Yes.
Yeah, because he had it before. I mean, Clone Wars came out before he sold it.
Yeah, so technically, again, but really, it should have been Dave Filoni helming everything from there. It should have been that. It should have just been him doing it. But no. We got to have KK get in her way, saying the Force is female and all that other crap.
Yep.
Well,
Just
yeah.
and that's the reason why. And that's the reason why these sequels are garbage.
Well, we can talk about that until we're blue in the face, but
Yes.
it's KK, it's other people. It's not just even KK. A lot of Hollywood in general is just lost their minds.
And also Chuck Wendig can go choke on monkey crap.
And for the rest of this article, it just basically talks about, Lynn credits that he, went to Harvard, born in Taiwan, and talks about a few other.
We already know where that could be heading, because we aren't allowed to ever say that, because she's watching.
Mama Susan. But yeah, it's gonna be one of those things where we're just gonna have to wait and see, because it's gonna be Zaslav who's gonna be making all the choices, and Lynn's just gonna be there to be the go-between. Okay, this is what the boss wants. Right. Okay, the writers and producers of this project, they want to know if they can have this. He's going to go to Zaslav and ask the questions, and Zaslav is going to either give them the green light or say no.
Yeah, Zaslav, he's got hands on, so he's watching everything that they're doing right now. He sees the script, or he sees what they've already filmed, and instead of just farming that out to somebody else who's taking over with their crazy ideology, says, "Oh, it's excellent. 2 thumbs up, 5 thumbs up." Zaslav sees it and he knows better. This isn't going to make us money, and that's the key. That is the key to this whole thing. Somebody in charge who wants money instead of pushing an ideology, and you may still get some of the ideology in there. I'll guarantee you can't. It will seep in, but Zaslav wants to make money. He wants DC or Warner Brother, wherever he's head of. He wants, he needs them to prosper, and he can't do it with the woke agenda, and he knows it. So he's going to be hands on. This guy Lynn, he's gonna be back and forth, telling him everything, but it's not just going to be, I'm taking your word for everything. You go ahead and do what you want. No, it's not going to. I guarantee it's not going to be that.
I got a feeling this could be just more Walter. It should be more of Walter Hamada, essentially. That's what I think. It might be. We don't know.
Cash, is this true?
Oh. Unfortunately, I did watch the first season of Batwoman, though. It wasn't as... Yeah, with my brother. We got through that first full season. That show was pretty painful.
Let's hope you didn't have to vomit your kidneys up for that.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, and speaking of which, of course, we also have Kylo Ren's understudy in the chat as well.
Yes, Tim Spock.
How you doing, Tim?
Yep.
Welcome, Tim. Unfortunately, Spock's not here.
No, he's not.
He did stop by the other day, but unfortunately, he's not here. He's been busy with school and work, and
he'll pop up.
But I'll have to get him on the channel one of these days when he has some time.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Batwoman, 20 minutes. That's all it lasted in episode 1. Loki, episode 1, 15 minutes. And I said, nope.
Loki. I did watch all of Layla Night. Oh, I mean Moon Knight. I mean Layla Night. I did watch all that.
I did get that. I got to pick and choose. I watched Loki, and horribly bad. I didn't watch Moon Knight or Bat. Why in the world would I even attempt to watch Batwoman? That's
But the only two good things about Batwoman, at least in season 1, was Lucius Fox's son. So the son was interesting in that. So he was
until he wanted to die because everybody's racist.
Right.
Right.
And then Kate Kane's father, he was interesting too. He was like this badass soldier type dude. And those were the supporting characters, and they were way more interesting than Kate Kane, her relationships, Kate Kane's sister, who's all about this whole Alice in Wonderland nonsense. Yeah, it's just
quality, buddy. Quality.
I know, right?
I don't know if I would go that far.
Well, sarcasm off.
I know it's sarcasm. I'm just
They should have just built the show around Lucius Fox's son and Kate Kane's father. So that's what I would have done.
A bit of awkward.
It would have been a smarter move.
It probably would have worked.
All right. So our next story, yes, it's not that recent. It was posted on the 18th on
Right.
found it in the comics. I'm sorry, 16th. And it says rumor Disneyland streaming rights to the entirety of Bleach anime, including upcoming Bleach 1,000-Year Blood War.
Hey, before you get started, dude, I'm gonna have to get. I got some
All right.
things to do, and I enjoyed today. It was fun. I will see you guys maybe on the next one, maybe Wednesday. I don't know, and maybe definitely Friday, Sunday. I like this. So, thanks for having me on. Thanks for
you know
making
you're
me
always
the lead.
welcome here, brother. Not a problem.
Yeah. Start
All right.
learning how to use the technology, Anonymous. You know you want to be on Discord, dude. You know it.
No, you're pushing me. You're nudging first. You're gonna push me later. I know how it works. But, we'll see. We'll see.
Okay.
All right, go watch my video, guys. You know, leave me
Yes,
some
subscribe
likes.
to Anonymous. Links
don't
in
wanna-
the chat right now.
Yeah, I don't want to get ratioed again. So
Ratio.
I got ratioed on my last video. So
Oh boy.
I mean, there's not a lot of likes. It's just I got more dislikes than I got likes. So
What? How terrible.
yeah, it's terrible.
It's not good.
All right, I'll see you guys later. Have fun and keep on keeping on, boys.
You too, brother.
You
That's
too.
it.
All right. Jet Sparks, now you're in the lead.
Oh.
Okay.
You're the leadoff hitter, and I'm batting second.
All right.
Cash, you're the power guy, so you got to bring the both of us home. Got to hit that home run.
All right. All right. Can't wait.
All right, so apparently Disney is getting Bleach, and this article from Bounding in the Comics says it seems Disney may finally be entering the anime streaming wars, as a recent set of leaks suggests that the House of Mouse has acquired the streaming rights to one of, if not the most anticipated series of 2022, Bleach 1,000-Year Blood War. And are they going to put, Tinkerbell in it? Are they going to put Mickey Mouse in it? Put him
God.
over what's already animated?
If Disney got their hands on Bleach, they're gonna screw it up. I mean, I can only imagine how badly they're gonna mess the dub up.
Oh, yeah. Who knows? One of the characters might sound like Goofy. Gosh.
Disney, just don't try it. I mean, the only time I actually thought your thing was good, I actually have a little bit of a soft spot for Kiki, like the dub, like their version, like the 1998 dub of Kiki's Delivery Service. But other than that, just modern anime, you're just gonna mess everything up because you guys know you lean very woke. Mostly.
Yep. So it says word of Disney's potential interest in Bleach was first heard on May 29th when renowned series YouTuber James Hansen took to his channel to inform his followers that for the past few months, as other sources have been telling me, there has been a bit of a bidding war for 1,000-Year Blood War between Crunchyroll and Disney Plus. Sounds like a lesser of two evils when you have those two companies involved.
Yep.
Which one do you take? Bleach is a very anticipated show. Said Hansen of the situation. Disney and Crunchyroll know this to some extent, but Bleach has an extremely high price tag on it, and for the right reasons too. At the time, he then speculated because of this, the fact of the matter is that Disney has money and Crunchyroll simply do not, and specifically with all the money, I mean, especially with all the money. I imagine Crunchyroll has been putting into the massive amounts of licensing for this fall season, in particular Chainsaw Man. Goes on to say, when the Bleach 1,000-Year Blood War anime was announced at Jump Festa 2022, Viz Media revealed they acquired the exclusive worldwide rights, excluding Asia, for the series. The exclusive acquisition included the rights for video on demand, home video, electronic sell-through, and television releases of upcoming anime, as well as all related merchandising. Though little was heard of the bidding war in the months in between, July saw Hansen share a document from licensing news source License Global, which listed Jujutsu Kaisen, My Hero Academia, Attack on Titan, Junji, Ito Collection, My Hero Academia, The Spy Family, and Chainsaw Man as the properties driving growth at Crunchyroll, and predict, I think it's safe to presume that Bleach won't be airing on CR. And then it says the emphasis on them bragging on Chainsaw Man is either confirmation or straight up arrogant ignorance, he opined. If this is true, expect a reaction in a pissed off way. And this is it right here. You go click onto this article and read it for yourself. And then it goes on to say, then on August 12th, Hansen uploaded a new video announcing that they won. Disney won the rights to Bleach. Noting that nothing is going to be affected in the Japanese market because this is strictly on the international front, the YouTuber explained that the reason for this bidding war was the fact that Viz doesn't have an online service and thus needs to sublicense their properties to various partner streaming services such as Disney Plus, Crunchyroll, Netflix, and Amazon Prime. Not only did they secure the rights to the upcoming sequel series, but as specified by Hansen, Disney has also bought the rights to all the Bleach's catalog. Regarding the... Yep. Not good. Regarding the potential for the series to be simulcast, Hansen clarified that it depends on the licensor, in this case Viz Media, but also asserted that if Viz Media fails to include conditions for same-day simulcasting in their contract with Disney, it will send a message to Bleach fans.
And is they owned by they? So you're saying they basically have bought out Viz Media essentially, or they're just
That's what it sounds like.
Oh, great! So that means they also have their hands on on Sailor Moon as well, and a lot Inuyasha and a lot of other anime series. So technically, Viz Media is technically also owned by Funimation, also. Or are they two? Are they both separate?
They could both be separate. I mean, right now, this article is just mentioning Bleach. It's not mentioning any other anime that's associated with Viz Media and Funimation.
This is really, really bad because I mean, look, I know I never watched Bleach, but my sister, I think she absolutely loves that, and she loves that anime just as much as she loves My Hero Academia, Inuyasha. So yeah.
So this article says, in addition to Hansen's sources, further hints that Disney has pulled out the win for the Bleach streaming license were seen at a recent Crunchyroll Expo. There, Crunchyroll went all in on Mappa Productions, as seen in the streaming services hosting of both the premiere of the Blue Lock anime and a Chainsaw Man panel featuring studio CEO Manabu Atsuka and producer Makoto Kimura, as well as their upcoming streaming offerings including Mob Psycho 100, My Hero Academia, Spy Family, and the latter, albeit only featuring the series' English language voice actors. Meanwhile, perhaps more tellingly of the entire situation, the expo featured no panels for Bleach. Of all the anime for Crunchyroll to be hesitant and underestimate, it's very bizarre for them to not invest in Bleach, Thousand Year Blood War, considering Crunchyroll would not be where it is today without Bleach. It is a mystery why they would hesitate. I'm sure they meant be hesitant on the property, but so yeah, not good, not good. But what are we gonna do about it? Well, there is one thing we can do: not watch Disney Plus, which a lot of people have done in the past, or they're starting to do, because there really isn't much to offer on Disney Plus, unless you want a Marvel show after Marvel show after Marvel show.
Yeah, I mean, also, yeah, there's the only thing that I mean, there. The only thing I would say I would probably only watch on Disney Plus is just maybe watch Clone Wars, maybe. And I know the only thing I've ever watched recently on like Disney Plus is Free Guy, and that's about it.
Yeah, and I've heard good things about Free Guy, especially from Smoking Patriot. He was telling me it was pretty good.
Yeah, and I think I think now the Orville is like is going to be moving over to Disney Plus for a while. Either that, I don't know, but I think I still prefer to have it on Hulu because that's where all the adult Disney stuff should be going, at least. Because I think a lot of stuff that goes on FX is going to be on Hulu. So,
And here's the thing about the Orville's move over to Disney Plus too. You can still watch it on Hulu, but if the Orville doesn't get enough views on Disney Plus, then it's not going to get a new season. But I still stand by what I said in my video for the season finale, that it felt more like a series finale with the way they ended it than anything else. And I'm not so positive that they're gonna get a fourth season. I'm sorry, folks. You can go ahead and downvote this video.
It is better to be. It is kind of left on a good. It's left on a good note, at least. But the thing is, I would love to see a lot more plot points just resolved for a fourth season, at least, and then everything will truly be wrapped up, at least.
Yeah.
But the thing is that we already know that. Again, we already know the whole thing of how it was plagued with production and just like. But I think the only reason why people would get turned off by the show mostly is because, if you're not a fan, if you don't really like Family Guy, I think most people would just be turned off because it would feel too much like Family Guy in space or whatever. Mm-hmm. Because again, Seth MacFarlane, that's mostly what Seth MacFarlane is known for. I mean, I told my mom about the Orville and saying that she should watch it. It's like, oh, I'm not gonna watch it. If it's like Family Guy, I'm not watching it. And that might actually, the first season might actually be a big turnoff for a lot of people after maybe the first few episodes, maybe.
Yeah, because that was my first thought. Okay, this could be Star Trek with a Family Guy twist, and I was hesitant to watch it at first, but I waited till the premiere of season 1. I watched it. I said, okay, it's got the comedy in there, but it doesn't take away from the show. It actually adds to it. And it wasn't in a bad way. So, I kept watching. Season 2 comes around, kept watching. And then, of course, the long wait for season 3. And, watch season 3. A couple of episodes I didn't really care for, but overall, I thought it was all right. Give it a 6 out of 10. But, I felt that season 3 needed the comedy in certain episodes, just to add a little bit of levity to the situation.
Yeah, I know. And I mean, I understand the comedy is a little bit more subdued here. But I mean, I think they're trying to make the comedy more situational instead of more slapstick.
Yeah, and you definitely noticed that. There were certain times, especially in Gently Falling Rain, where no, you don't want the comedy in there, especially when Talia and Captain Mercer are talking, and then you find out about Captain Mercer's daughter, Anaya.
Yeah,
So
and the same thing goes with especially like Holston Sage's exit from the show with Home. That was a very beautifully done episode. It's just that's how you like write a character off the show. You don't just say you just don't like do some bullshit like it was with Denise Crosby in like the original Star Trek. You or like in Next Generation where you just kill off her character on screen, or she meets like a violent end or something, or you just hand wave away. Oh, they're just off somewhere else. The next episode, and you just explain their absence in like one line of dialogue. You got to actually give someone like a good send off. And I know, sure, she made a couple more appearances throughout season 2, and of course she showed up in the season finale, which was even just as good.
yeah, it was good. It was nice to see her. I mean, I'm watching it live, and the camera is in the corridor, and you see these feet going, Alara? And then you see her, Alara's back.
Yeah.
And that was another reason why it felt more like a series finale. I know they didn't know at the time whether they'd be picked up for season 4, but you don't ask Halston Sage to come back if you're confident that you're going to get another season after filming this episode.
Yeah. So yeah, it is still kind of best that it's left on a good note, where again Isaac and Claire get married. So it's better to leave it on a good note instead of it left on a cliffhanger, which is the worst way to end a show, because you kind of feel like you're too confident believing you're going to resolve everything near the end.
That's true. And another thing to take into account is that nobody associated with the Orville is currently under contract. And they're all allowed to move on to different projects now. Seth MacFarlane, of course, is doing his thing, but all the producers are free to do their thing. All the cast and crew are free to do their thing. So if you do something Orville related, I would like to see a movie, whether it airs on Hulu or Disney Plus, or if it's a theatrical release. I don't actually see the Orville at this point getting a theatrical release, but a TV movie, I'd like to see that where they
where it
bring
does
people back,
where it does wrap everything up, especially the big plot point. This is like the only plot point that's left hanging with season 2 is how Anaya is going to fit in, and like how Ed is going to try to bond with her as a father, and how she like integrates with the crew. I actually would have loved to see, how she and like Topa connect to each other and become friends, and maybe and also because we already know how somewhat woke Seth MacFarlane is himself. Maybe he might actually try to push. It might actually get pushed a little bit where they become something a little bit more. Maybe.
True,
I just don't know.
I had read an article not too long ago on Pop Talk where you understand where Seth MacFarlane's coming from as far as pushing his agenda and everything because of the way he grew up. He grew up in an activist family. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong, but hearing and also reading in this article how he grew up and how he was raised, you understand a little bit more about his makeup.
Yeah.
So let's see. The Padawannabe is saying, big reason I liked the series before was because of the comedy. Things you never see on Star Trek. The running off the bridge, yelling, no, 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 no. The crew talking about the dog on the vid call, the leg prank. Yeah, you're sick, dude.
Ha
ha.
Again, yeah, I mean, Isaac, just, I don't know, I think a lot of the situational humor that came with Isaac always made everything funny.
Yeah, I mean, give credit to the writing for the character and Mark Jackson's portrayal as Isaac. Not just providing the voice, but he was actually in the costume, in the suit. just like Anthony Daniels was actually in the suit for C3.
And we actually saw the hologram of his human hologram form. Yeah, that was the actual actor, and that was just really good. He's playing triple duty with playing that character.
Yeah. But it's still a great show, regardless of how you feel about this third season, because you go back and watch season 1, you laugh, you enjoy the episode stories that are being told in it. In season 1, you go to season 2, still enjoy it. You love, the fact that you have these characters that are actually growing, and you have a reason to either like them or dislike him, like Clyden. You can either like him or dislike him for his point of views.
Yes.
And of course, Bortus. Who doesn't like Bortus?
Yeah, Bortus, I think he really truly shined in this season. Especially when it came to plot lines dealing with Topa, and just like how he and Kelly connected as crewmates and just as friends. It really just shows that, again. It really kind of shows that in many ways, the entire crew of the Orville, they feel much like a family.
Because they're exactly that. They are a family. They have each other's backs. They will argue with one another when they feel that somebody's doing the wrong thing. But at the end, they're still together as a family.
Yeah. And I mean, at first, one other thing that was a little unexpected, but I would have loved to see where it would have gone. But of course, just differences of different species in biology. I would have liked to see where the relationship between Lamar and Talana would have went. Oh, Talia Kiali would have went. I would have loved to see where it went, though. But I mean, I like the fact that they also did sort of did that thing where she's still kind of no nonsense, and Alara's character was something that had portrayed more of the innocence of what this show is about. But I know that role was filled in season 3 by Charlie. And again, she had and of course her heroic sacrifice is what also tied her character up perfectly.
Although I will admit, and I know I'm probably gonna get some hate for this, I didn't care for Charlie.
Yeah, I understand. And I know, the whole point of her character is the prejudice and her overcoming that prejudice that she feels toward not only Isaac, but toward Kalons in general. But again, her sacrifice is what also forged a further path toward peace with all of them.
Very true. Because the Union needed the Kalon's help in order to fight the Krill and the Moklins.
And it's even more nicer that, even though both Clyden and Bortus have denounced their Moklin citizenship, because again, it's only because they also still care about their daughter. And I mean, the Tale of Two Topas, I know that really kind of goes into some really rough territory about, gender identity, but it was still a thing. But I mean, it's a different sort of thing where, you have that sort of thing where that a child had no way of consenting toward the idea of conformity, who had no say in anything, and the parents had to be the ones to make that decision. And of course, Topa, as she was growing into adolescence, she was essentially still struggling with that, but now she is back to the way she was born, essentially.
Yeah, because even in About a Girl, they were questioning whether they should go through with the procedure to make her a boy or not.
Yeah, and that's a plot line that was taken from season 1. That was season 1, and it was still well defined. So there you go. Charlie had a little bit of RBF. What does that mean?
Resting bitch face.
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, there always has got to be that. There's always going to be that type of character. I mean, heck, there's even one in a story that I think I have up right now, but that I think I should start eventually start writing to after the stream is over, or in a little bit. But the thing is, yeah, characters who have like some sort, who are like these sort of like rough around the edges characters, or obviously have these kinds of prejudices and whatnot. Sometimes, yeah, those are the type of people that you either hate them or again, but at least they're charismatic. Where you think that, yeah, they're somewhat likable, but they're still kind of a jerk. And that's just why I think that's the best thing you like about stories is like, how characters are written. And I think, of course, I just don't, while we going back with what was going on with She-Hulk, you want to make these female characters like they're everything. They're so much better than any men, and they have to make all the men look stupid or incompetent or anything. It's just like, yeah, no, Jennifer, you are the one who's the resting bitch in this situation here.
Mhm.
So that's pretty much it.
And I do want to say hello to Atwood. Welcome, Atwood. Good to see you here, brother. So, the next story, as you can see here, comes from comicbook.com, and it says Full Metal Alchemist, the final transmutation receives a release date on Netflix. And this is actually the first of two stories related to Netflix that I have here. So it goes on to say Full Metal Alchemist story ended years ago with the Elric brothers. I know I've been tripping my words all morning. Traveling through a world wherein alchemy is the name of the game, while there hasn't been any word on a sequel series or reboot for the story created by Hirmu. I'm not even going to try. Because I know Phil's lurking. I know he's laughing. This year saw the release of 2 live-action sequels in Full Metal Alchemist, The Avenging Scar, and Full Metal Alchemist, The Final Transmutation, with the latter rounding out the trilogy and now set to be released on Netflix later this year. Full Metal Alchemist, The Final Transmutation will hit Netflix on September 24th, allowing North American fans to catch the movie that was only released in Japan prior. Currently, there has been no news when it comes to these 2 new live-action films to have a theatrical run in North America, but we're crossing our fingers that they will one day hit the big screen. The creator of Full Metal Alchemist, Homura Arakawa, has helped publicize. Go ahead.
No. I'm just saying you pronounced it well enough.
Sometimes I'll just try to do it phonetically.
Yeah.
Has helped publicize the new live action films, not just by supplying new art of the Elric brothers, their friends, and their enemies, but also wrote a glowing review of the last movie of the trilogy. It was like riding a roller coaster. There were so many moving scenes connected to each other, and the whole film was full of highlights. The opening of the film started from an unexpected place. As I kept watching, thinking it was interesting, the 2 hours flew by, and I really enjoyed it. That down. About halfway through the film, Yamada-kun surprised me so much that I forgot his name. Ryusuke
Yamada.
All right. Everything about him, from his body to his gestures, was like Ed himself. The climax scene was just perfect. The young Hohenheim's expression, as if he had given up on everything, and the young father's muscularity were different from Ed's. Yamada-kun's ability to play 3 holes by himself was truly amazing. It was so faithful to the original manga, and I am very grateful for that. Thank him so much for his hard work. So there we go. We have a release date for the movie that was originally over in Japan. I am gonna re-up my Netflix subscription, and I was mainly doing it for Cobra Kai with season 5 coming out next week. So I will check it out when it comes out, and I'll give you all my thoughts. It probably won't be a review, but I'll give you my thoughts on what I think of it. And what are your thoughts on this coming to Netflix? Jet Sparks?
Well, given the fact that I don't really watch Netflix, I pretty much just like canceled my subscription years ago. And the only reason why I would want to go back is because Power Rangers is currently airing on that, but I guess I can just like leech off someone else's like Netflix and just watch the remaining episodes when they come out in September. And well, like I said, though, it's just nice that there's a lot of amazing animes that are being put on Netflix, and it's a good place to watch them. But again, personally, I can't I'm not going to go back because again, we already know a certain movie is what made me not want to give money to this company because they're so woke, and they just and I mean, if they're falling, I mean, and plus Netflix is getting far too expensive anyway, and plus I don't have a lot of money to like. I think I'm already paying for two other streaming services as it is. So I really just think this is it's just probably saving me money. So, but it's good though. I mean, Full Metal Alchemist. I've never really watched any of the anime because the only animes I've watched or been exposed to are Sailor Moon, Robotech, and Cowboy Bebop, and those are like all my 3 favorite ones that I like. I like all 3 of those I just mentioned.
They're all good. That's the thing. And Atwood is asking if we've seen Tekken Bloodline on Netflix. No, but I'll check that out. Once I re-up my subscription, I will check that out. And if I like it, I'll say something about it. If I don't like it, I probably won't say anything about it.
Wait, is that CGI animated Tekken movie that was set around the same time as like Tekken 6? Or is this a completely new one?
I'm not sure.
I see.
He's saying it's an anime.
Oh.
I'll check it out. I mean, why not? It can't hurt. It's like anything. If you don't like it, you don't have to go back to it. Heck, I never thought I'd be playing Fortnite, and I've been playing that the last couple of nights.
Me, I think I've been going back. I streamed it like yesterday before I went on my open mic podcast at 5:00. I was replaying through Left 4 Dead 2, and I actually got all the DLC. Like got Coldstream, where you get like all the Left 4 Dead 1 campaigns. If you got the passing, all you get is like No Mercy, but if you get like Coldstream, you get like all the ones like Blood Harvest, Dead Air, Death Toll, Crash Course. So there you go. So pretty much, if you got those 2 DLCs, you pretty much have the complete game, the complete compilation of both games in 2.
Very nice. And I do want to acknowledge and say hello to Age Boomer. I met Age Boomer on Friday night when I was over on Troy Pacelli's channel. Very nice gentleman. And it was nice to be on the show with Troy, Age Boomer, and Netters Network. I had a good time. And let me go ahead and get the link to that stream for anybody who wants to check it out. Just give me a few moments to grab it. Won't take me too long, but I'll grab it. And I highly recommend that you all check out Troy's channel, check out Age Boomer's channel. So let me go ahead and copy this link, and I will go ahead and put the link into the chat. There we go. And let me do this. And I will also post the link to Age Boomer's channel. Let's go ahead, get that link for everybody. And Age Boomer is currently at 157 subscribers. Let's see if we can get him up to that 160 mark. Go ahead and highlight his channel here, as I did for DJ Ronnie G and Jet Sparks earlier. I'll go ahead and put Age Boomer's link into the chat.
Sorry about
Excuse
that.
me. That's all right. Doesn't bother me.
Oh,
And here we go. Here's Age Boomer's link, and I will go ahead and showcase his channel. So let me share my screen. And here we are. As you can see, I'm subscribed to his channel, and he has a show called Geeky Geezers where he talks about pop culture, and you can see some of the subjects that he's already talked about. He's talked about Bonanza. He's talked about the Batmobile. He's talked about Ferris Bueller's Day Off getting on series. Why we need a series, but hey, he also talked about RoboCop. Definitely check out Age Boomer. Let's get him to 160. If not more, up to 200. We all grow together, like Orville Nation says.
Yep.
So let's go ahead and move on to our next Netflix related story here. Let me just stop sharing the previous screen. And let's see. Pat Wannabe is saying, have a good rest of your day and be excellent to each other. We will, Pat Wannabe. You have a good day yourself, brother.
And you party on.
Party on, dude. All right. And here is the story about Netflix canceling the Resident Evil live action series. I won't forget about Troy. I'll have this link up here in just a bit. And I will also put in the link for Netters Network. Good people are what you can find here on YouTube. At least from my experience, I've been able to find quite a few good folks out there, and definitely recommend that you subscribe to everybody that you see on the panel, on any given edition of Pop Talk, or anybody who we recommend here on the channel, because it's worth it. So there's the link to Troy's YouTube channel, and let me go ahead and plug in Netters Network and get that link real quick. And then we'll go ahead and talk about Resident Evil being canceled. Oh, 1 second. As I get Netters link. And I think I have found it. All right, come on. Yes, that's it right there. And Netters Network is at 156. Let's get her up to 160, if not 200. So here we go. I will go ahead and I will highlight her channel as well. Thank you for stopping by, Atwood. Really appreciate it, brother. And Atwood, I will make sure to plug your channel here real quick. So let me go ahead and highlight Netters Network, and then I'll highlight Agent Atwood. And here we go. Here on the screen. Yes, I'll probably start doing this more and more on Pop Talk as well. Have a point where I start highlighting different channels that I'm subscribed to and give you a reason as to why you should subscribe to these channels and support these channels. So here's Netters Network. You can find out about 3D printing, some helpful hints. He also has some movie reviews with Retro Cinema. Of course, she and Troy, they do a lot of collaborations together. Why? Because they're married. So you could definitely find good content on her channel as well. And let me go ahead and get Atwood's channel up there. Let's see where I can quickly grab it and just switch. Here, let me find it real quick, but definitely subscribe to Netters Network. Here's the link if I haven't done it already. And I will get Atwood in there as well. 1 second. Gotta go all the way down. All right. Here. He actually has 2 channels. So I'll go ahead and give you the link to his main channel. Copy. And put his link in the chat. He just recently got to 100 on his main channel, so let's see if we can get his other channel built up as well. I'm going to go ahead and put both links in there. So here's the link to one channel here, and let's go ahead and get the link to his other channel here. So bear with me as I grab that link. And I don't mind doing this because I actually enjoy doing stuff like this. It's like if you follow me on Twitter and you see me post when somebody's live, I'm doing it because I want to do it. Because I want to share these channels and I want to help them grow. Let's see, here is another link for Atwood. Don't worry about your main channel, brother. I'm going to help all your channels grow. Because that's what we do here. And here's a link to Agent Atwood Gaming as well. It just recently reached 100 subscribers. Definitely give it a look. I know he's going to appreciate it because that's the main channel that he is focusing on right now. But I think you'll enjoy a lot of his game streams. He does a lot of good game streams himself. He was recently doing Mortal Kombat, and he's also done Fortnite and several other games on his channel. So there you go as far as links to different channels are concerned. And let me go ahead and get the Resident Evil story back up here. And in case anyone's wondering where Cash is, he had to step away for a few moments. So we have the story here from Bounty in the Comics, and it says Netflix finds the cure, cancels live action Resident Evil series after 1 season. That's how you should do it if a show's not performing. Cancel it.
Thank God. Seriously, that is not even that doesn't even have the right to even call itself Resident Evil. Yes, because why does someone need to break out in a freaking dance and musical number? Yeah, that's totally something that somebody in the Resident Evil games did. Just
to add something that wasn't even in the games, it's just stupid.
well, it's simple because I think the people who came up with it have never just like who have never anyone who's never read a She-Hulk comic had probably never played the games.
No, you don't have time in the games to do a dance number. You're running from zombies, trying to keep yourself alive.
And freaking mutants and mutant creatures infected with the T virus or the G virus or any other type of biological weapon that's ever been created in this franchise.
Mm-hmm.
That's basically what it is. Hence why in its Japanese style, it's just simply called Biohazard and not Resident Evil.
Yep. And H Boomer says Netflix Resident Evil had the best dance number ever. Nothing can top Thriller.
My question is to you, H Boomer, were you completely plastered when you basically thought it was the greatest thing in the world? That's my question. And here we go with this. Yeah, I like Lance Reddick because I loved him as Silence in Horizon Zero Dawn, but why would you cast him as Albert freaking Wesker? I mean, I'm not really mad about. I've never played the game, but I'm aware of who these characters are at least. But just no, he just is not Albert Wesker. He just isn't. He doesn't even do all those crazy like Matrix moves that he does in the games.
I don't know, because I will tell you this. I am not going to watch Resident Evil, and I'm not going to watch Cowboy Bebop, and I'm not going to watch The Fruit. I think you know what I mean when I say The Fruit, the orange.
Oh. Yeah, and the same thing goes with me. I will not ever want to touch like the Halo series with a 10-foot pole. Even when people like ask me, "Oh, hey, there's a Halo series." I know what it is. I'm aware of it. Screw the hell with that thing. Is nothing. Hell, Halo Forward onto Dawn looked more like the franchise. Hell, even that Halo 4 the Halo 3 Arms video that was done by Peter Jackson felt more like Halo than anything else. It was close to what it was like in universe. But this is just like it's a bunch of but we need to be having Master Chief having to protect some rebel girl who absolutely hates him and whatever, not and berates him. We had to see him completely naked and without his helmet. Yeah, this is totally Halo. Look, I know the insurrection is like a thing that's sort of a plot point in the Halo series, but once the Covenant show up, we don't even need to be fighting. We don't need to be fighting them. Why the hell are we fighting humans? These guys believe that we are an affront to their gods because we're supposed to inherit something. We're supposed to be the true inheritors of the Forerunner's legacy, not the Covenant, and that's why they want to kill us. It's all detailed right here. And let me grab it really quickly.
Okay.
Yeah, I actually got a Halo book, and it's probably a good read. It's all detailed right here in Halo Contact Harvest.
Keep it up real quick. I'm going to go ahead and maximize it.
Yeah. If you guys want to know, I mean, also it primarily focuses on like Sergeant Johnson, but also kind of starts how the inner workings of how the Human Covenant War begins, and it leads to the near 30-year conflict that we see throughout up to the beginning of Halo Combat Evolved, or at least like this is just because again, Halo Contact Harvest is basically just the beginning of that war. So there you go.
Yep.
All right. See you,
Atwood. Atwood. Good to see you, brother.
Well, let's get into this article.
Yes, let's. And it starts off by saying, following in the footsteps of the streamer's bastardization of Cowboy Bebop, Netflix live-action Resident Evil series has been canceled after just one widely panned season.
Yeah, because I'm thinking if you actually try to make a horrible adaptation of something that's very well beloved, yeah, you're not gonna get a lot of good press on it. And at least you're admitting that both this and Cowboy Bebop are garbage.
And it goes on to say word that Netflix had gone for the headshot on their take on Capcom's popular video game series was first broken on August 26th, courtesy of Deadline. Coming just a month and a half after its premiere, according to the trade news outlets' sources, the decision was made based on their discovery that the drama did not have a particularly strong showing on Netflix's top 10 and cost first viewing is the streamer's leading renewal criterion. As explained by Deadline, though Resident Evil debuted in the wake of Stranger Things' fourth season, Netflix had hoped that word of mouth would help contribute to an eventual surge in viewership for the fledgling action horror series. However, this was not to be, as the Lance Riddick cosplaying as Blade-led series fell out of the streamer's top 10 rankings after just 3 weeks, never returned. Sounds like a few of my videos. I'm just poking fun at myself. Further, another notable factor is in its cancellation was the fact Resident Evil also failed to find any love amongst viewers, both those who were fans of the original games and those who went in to the series blind. As of writing, the series currently holds a rotten score on review aggregate Rotten Tomatoes with an average 55% ranking from critics and 27% from general audiences. Likewise, sister reviewer Metacritic holds a collective 53 out of 100 from critics and 1.4 out of 10 from average viewers. The latter generated from a ratio of 26 positive reviews, 5 mixed, and 214 negative. Let that sink in.
Yeah, so critics were somewhat more forgiving of it because again, it probably hits all the woke pandering points probably, but still, it has nothing to do with the entire series. And of course, people who are fans of Resident Evil, yeah, I'm pretty sure they're guaranteed to freaking hate this. It's like guaranteed.
Yeah, because I mean, if you're going to base something off the game, at least have something that resembles the game. But from the clips I saw, this thing didn't even resemble any of the game.
Yeah, and how the heck are you going to call two characters twins when they look nothing alike? I can understand they're like two composite twins, like you have a guy and a girl as twins, but if you're going to be twins, you have to be 100% identical to each other, or just have like one actress just change up their appearance a little bit so they can so you can tell them somewhat apart. At least hell they did that in that game Until Dawn, where they had one actress playing. They had an actress playing playing twins. But the thing is, at least they kind of changed up a little bit about them, a little bit to have them so you can actually tell them both apart a little bit. And also clothing is also a changer thing. But again, I don't understand what the heck they were even going for with this, and especially the damn dance number made no sense. I didn't watch it, but just hearing all the clips from like FNT and hearing other people review the show, it's just like, wow, they really screwed the pooch with this, didn't they?
Absolutely. But it also just goes to show that Hollywood just doesn't care.
Yeah, they just want to throw shit. They just want to throw shit at the wall and see what sticks. And they don't care if people like it or hate it because they just want to push. They need to keep spreading the message everywhere they have to.
And I'm not going to read the rest of this article, but we pretty much know why the show got canceled because nobody watched it. Plain and simple.
Yep. Plain and simple. But like I said, though, I mean, I don't even know, but I think given how like some people I know are will be quick to jump on something. Like there's like some dudes I used to know on like PSN. I used to be like good friends with them, but now I'm not on speaking terms, and they pretty much freaking despise my guts. I wonder what one of these people who is like a diehard Resident Evil fan. I wonder what he thinks of that show. I would wonder what he thinks, but given how he doesn't even like mentioning my name, and here I heard from like other people saying that all they do is talk about crapping on me all the time, which again, I don't really care. Like again, if you're really done with me, why are you even still thinking about me and just hating on me and even probably for all I know skulking around my channel? But just the whole point is that just I really like to just know what his thoughts on it are. But if he actually thinks it's actually good, it's probably because maybe he probably just likes to pander to the woke mob. Maybe he's a part of that so-called woke mob that has like alt accounts on social media somewhere for all I know, so he can completely stay anonymous in the world, which is probably the kind of person he is most likely. I'm not really gonna say who this person is, because the only thing I will say about him is that if you've ever seen my channel, I make up a joke where I play like a crazy immortal plague doctor. And let me show you the photo of, I actually have it as an avatar. Yeah, playing this character, Dr. Ian Vanderberg. I basically kind of use it as sort of like a bit of a joking slight on this guy I'm talking about. It's sort of like a playing infamous joke on him, essentially. But I mean, if he knows it, well, good job. I think I just made you even more famous. Maybe.
Well, when it comes to people like that, here's my philosophy and what I've learned. Just move on with your life. Let them move on with their life. And if you live rent free in their head, well, it's on them.
Yeah, it is on them. I mean, just like, come on, guys. Just like, really? Why does it even matter? You want nothing to do with me anymore. I simply said, okay, I guess goodbye. You guys just absolutely hate me for no reason, even though like the only reason why I kind of was like the whole falling out between us that happened is because I was like about a few years ago, I wasn't in a very like good place mentally still. I was still going through a lot of growing pains, moving, adjusting to like new surroundings, stuff like that. And it's just like, but now that I got a handle on a lot of things now, it's just like, everything's just changed for me now. And I feel like I'm just like improving and moving upward now. And it's just like that. I mean, like, but it's kind of crazy how they're refusing to like move. How some of them, I think they're probably refusing to move on about a lot of things, and yet they'll probably think about something that I may not approve of. They'll automatically probably like something because I just am not very fond of it. But that is the thing, though. So there are people out there who will say, "Oh, because you just are not fond of it, or you're not really well versed in it, and don't really care about getting into something, you're automatically a hater on something." I mean, I like a game called Splitgate, and it's like classic Halo meets Portal in a way. But it's just a very good game. It's a lot better than what we're seeing with current Halo. And plus it's free. And I mean, it may not be for everybody, but I'm not going to knock anybody for that. And sure, I'll probably joke about someone who say that people who like Fortnite or like Battle Royale. I've tried it playing Apex Legends, but it's just not my kind of style of gameplay in terms of shooters. So
nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. So that's just how it's just got to go.
And there is somebody who says that I, along with Cash, live rent free in his head, and that's the Nerf Royal life form.
I love that sound. I love that soundbite. Along with Michael Chiklis. Honestly, he truly brought the thing to life in 2004 in that Fantastic Four movie done by Tim Story.
Mm-hmm.
So
it was the best part of it.
Yeah, and plus he was a fan of the character, so it made it even better.
Yeah, and isn't that what we want? We want somebody who's a fan of the franchise or a fan of the character, and when they put their heart and soul into the role or into the story, you could tell that that person was a fan.
Yeah, exactly. And that's just how the greatness of how fandom works. I mean, if you're a fan, I'd be over the moon if I got to be involved in Power Rangers, whether it be like a voice role or probably, even a live action part where I even get to be a ranger myself. I'd be over the moon about it. I mean, hell, you gotta love all the people that make all those Ranger fan films, and one of them I can say in particular, like Power Rangers Unworthy. But they kind of base it a little bit off the Boom Studio Shattered Grid story. So yeah, I mean, we really show that us fans know how to make better stuff and make better content than like the so-called Hollywood experts out there. Because, like I said, they don't understand like these properties as much as us, the fans, do.
Well, speaking of Hollywood experts, I do have another story here about Mark Ruffalo and Screen Rant wanting IMDb to change their rating system following She-Hulk controversy.
Oh, goody. Let's hear it.
All right, I'm going to bring it up on screen here in just a moment. And here we go. Okay, so this article is by Jacob Smith. It was posted on the 26th of this month. It says Screen Rant and Mark Ruffalo call for a change to IMDb ratings system following She-Hulk controversy. Forget Marvel is not entitled to good reviews for mediocre superhero content.
Oh boy.
In the mind of progressive ideologues, no one is allowed to have the opinion that the first episode of She-Hulk Attorney at Law was woke and derivative garbage. Well, from the clips I saw, that's exactly what it is. The backlash to the Jade Giantess Must She series has become the latest cause du jour for liberal outlets who no longer care to hold multinational mega corporations accountable for their missteps, but wish to help them silence any critic who stands in the way of billion-dollar properties. Earlier this week, corporate chill site Screen Rant issued a call to action demanding the Internet Movie Database rig its user voting system, to disallow reviews of movies and television shows prior to their general release in order to combat negative reviews. Can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen.
Exactly the point. These guys, they feel like they have their head. Can these guys not have their heads so far up their own asses that, yeah, you really just cannot stand the criticism, even though you know your stuff is crap. You know it's crap, but you don't want other people to know it's crap.
Oh, well, we're just supposed to watch it and go, yes,
consume it and shut the hell up. And I say, no, I won't, and no, I won't.
No, none of us should just sit there and go, this is great. This is great. Just for the sake of saying it's great. Just for the sake of Hollywood boosting their egos. No.
I'm such a happy little consumer, even though I have no mind of my own. That's basically what they want us to be like. They want us to be the helpless. They want us to be helpless little zombie sheeple. And just consume whatever is fed to us.
I am enjoying this movie. I am enjoying this show. Thank you, Hollywood overlords, for providing me such great entertainment.
And to that, I give you a boot to the head, a kick in the nuts, and also further humiliation of teabagging.
So the article.
Sorry.
The article goes on. That's okay. It's okay. The article goes on to say in a piece entitled She-Hulk's review bombing proves IMDb's biggest ratings problem, the site argued that the review bombing of She-Hulk with 1 in 10 star reviews, but particularly the former, unnecessarily clouds the picture of audience reactions for fans trying to determine whether to watch the series. Well, here's a good determining factor. Watch it for yourself. Determine for yourself whether you're going to watch it. I saw clips that were long enough to give me a good idea what the series was about and went, nope.
Yeah, and it's ironic that they want to be shielded from criticism for their stupid crap. But when there's actual good stuff out there, they want to review bomb it and try to make it fail because they want people watching their garbage instead of watching actual diamonds in the rough like Top Gun Maverick.
Mm-hmm. Or another show that I happen to enjoy, and I've mentioned it many times. Where I know you're all probably sick of hearing me talk about it, but The Old Man. It was a good series. And I can't wait to see what happens in season 2.
Yeah, and that's kind of the whole point, though. But of course, they really just don't want us really just enjoying anything good because they want to keep shoveling crap on our faces. But of course, they want to shut down any people who want to say, "Yeah, well, guess what? If you don't like it, it wasn't meant for you anyway." Okay, well, fine, bye. I'll go buy something I do like. No, you can't do that. Come back here. You get back here and consume, you idiot. You stupid bigot. No, you told me to go piss off, so bye.
That nails it right there. Yep. It's like, Nerdporial, you will continue to watch Strange New Worlds, and you will see the glory of Strange New Worlds. Meanwhile, Nerdporial is thinking to himself after watching Strange New Worlds or any other bad show.
He said, "Today is a good day to die."
Worf, never change.
No. Don't ever change the character because there are reasons why we love the character, and that's one of the reasons. All right, so they ultimately didn't like the fact that there were people giving their opinions on IMDb, and they think it's damaging IMDb's credibility by letting users seek different sources. And it goes on to say the piece was later shared to Twitter by She-Hulk actor Mark Ruffalo, who in doing so highlighted Hinton's assertion that the rise in bad faith IMDb reviews, particularly for projects led by women and or people of color, threatens to render the site scores meaningless if the problem is not addressed. Maybe people are actually seeing these shows and they're not interested because the characters are bad, the stories are bad, and the show's not worth watching.
Just a thought. Yep, just a thought. Just a playful thought. But no, they want to call us every ist in the book if we don't like it. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. It's just, guys, guess what? You want to talk about, you think you want to say you basically want to get offended on behalf. Well, guess what? I'm a person of color, and I say your stuff is shit. Why don't you take that as you will?
Well, I said it last week on the Pop Talk anime stream. I don't want to be pandered to as someone who was born with a physical disability. I don't want to become part of a checkbox system.
Exactly. It doesn't matter. Why do we need to actually make all this stuff? Just make a good story and actually try to make everything fit in a narrative in creative sense. The characters, the plot, everything. Just try to make it all fit. But no, you got to make sure that all these characters tick every single box because you don't want to piss off like less than 1% of the population.
Oh no, Nerdporial's got a chip on his shoulder because I didn't refer to him as the Admiral. So let's make a whole episode about that. Mike, it really offended me that you didn't call me the Admiral. I'm sorry, Nerdporial. Sometimes I'm just gonna call you Nerdporial. You know, get on with your life.
Yeah, just yeah, it should be just as weird and offending as like something like you not getting like you saying I'm a like you're like imagine your girl like some girl like a girl you're dating says I'm offended you didn't call me mommy. Okay, sweetheart, back up, get lost, go away, don't leave me alone, don't ever call me again. Bye.
Wait. Call you mommy? There's only one woman in my life I've ever called mommy, and that's my actual mother.
Exactly, and the same thing. I would never want a girl calling me daddy. If you got daddy issues, seriously, if you got daddy issues, don't. If a guy who gives you some level of common decency, don't call him that because you have a lot more issues. You need therapy.
Yep.
Some serious therapy. Hell, I would say even hypnosis therapy. So you can probably just create an illusion where your father is doing whatever or being neglectful to you, and just basically have a mirror up and just have you just punch it, and thusly maybe it'll all go away and you can probably move on with your life.
Maybe, but again, it's Hollywood and they don't exactly move fast. Hell, I move faster than they do. And I do want to say hello to Tommy. How you doing there, Tommy? Good to see you, brother.
All hail our guinea pig overlords.
Yes. We will be assimilated into the guinea pig collective. Resistance.
Is futile.
Mm-hmm. And you know what? So we basically get the whole gist of this story where Hollywood doesn't like that somebody has an opposing point of view. What a shocker. So, you know, they can say what they want, but it's not going to stop people like us from voicing our opinion. And when I say people like us, I mean the real people, the people that don't live in a Hollywood bubble and live in a Hollywood mansion and look down upon the rest of us.
Or the useful idiots that basically kept echoing their talking points through social media because they have no minds of their own either.
You mean the ones that download the latest patch?
Or the ones that basically say that any little thing that some beautiful Instagram star says, like saying like, yeah, life is too short, and dear, oh God, you're so profound. Just guys, stop. Just stop. That is not profound at all. That's like a no shit, Sherlock. Yeah, life is short. But guess what? Everyone just already has to try to live that. You don't need to hear that from a damn celebrity. You just do it.
Mm-hmm.
Do or do not. There is no try.
Yeah. We're not guaranteed tomorrow. You know, our lives are already predetermined, in my opinion. And the dash that you see in the middle of the year, well, that was your life. You know, where you're born and where you died, and that line in between is your life.
That's true.
And a couple people taught me that lesson when I was growing up.
Yeah, it's better in the meantime, while you're on this earth, actually make purpose and try to do the right things. But if you're just living life like trying to live almost every single day of your life like it's your last, then well, if you're looking for instant gratification like most people of my generation are looking for, it's just like, yeah, you guys are going to end up more depressed as you get older than you are currently. You might think you're happy now, but as you get older and you age, yeah, it's not going to reflect good on you. It's like you're going to think back to yourself like, man, what the hell was I thinking going around like hitting up bars every single day of the week, or trying to hook up with girls or guys every day of the week? What was I thinking?
Here's a simple, straight answer. You were thinking.
Yeah, you were thinking. You did consciously want to do all that stuff, but you didn't really think about the ramifications. Boom, butterfly effect, causality,
Exactly.
action,
Exactly.
reaction, cause, effect. And who says some movies can't teach you anything? Thank you,
What?
the Merovingian for that amazing quote.
Well, very true. You speak of, learning things, you could watch Star Trek and you can learn quite a lot.
Yep.
And by Star Trek, I'm referring to classic Star Trek. And yes, I am going to promote something that everybody's invited to join. I'm not going to send out specific invites to certain people because I want everybody to be a part of this stream that's coming up on September 8th. But I want us all to talk about our experience watching Star Trek, whether it's the original series or all the way up to Enterprise. Talk about, what Star Trek taught you. What are your favorite episodes? What did you learn from a particular episode that helped you later on in life? How to treat people. IDIC, infinite diversity and infinite combination.
Exactly. Again, Gene Roddenberry was a visionary. I mean, when you look at it, the original Star Trek is a world we can truly achieve.
We can. It's going to take a lot of work, but we can do it. It's not going to come easy. Nothing in life should come easy.
Yeah, but of course, the elites that are currently living right now, they think, oh, a perfect world is where we get to live like kings, and everyone who are just barely scraping by. Yeah, you get your daily allotment of bugs, and you'll be happy. And now get in your pod and just live life through virtual reality, and not go outside and go for a walk, and just smell the fresh air.
Oh, you mean the NWO?
The following announcement has been paid for by the New World Order.
Essentially.
Essentially, different NWO, not the one related to wrestling, but hey, that's a clip I got, so I thought.
Yeah. That's basically what it is. But yeah, I mean, we already know this, but I mean, the thing is, if we can get rid of all those social ills out with on Earth, we can get rid of everything. When we explore the cosmos, we'll be ready, and we can live. It actually truly can live long and prosper.
Mm-hmm.
But I know one thing, we see the antithesis of that in the Halo series with, people obviously getting more preferential treatment, like the whole concept between the insurrectionists and the United Earth government in Halo. We have the outer colonies that produce all the more industrial resources and possible foodstuffs, and it's all given to Earth and the inner colonies, which are more populous and more economically stable. But that's the whole thing, though. When basically people get, even then, I think you even see a little bit in The Expanse, a little bit, or in a more bizarre case like Call of Duty Infinite Warfare with the Settlement Defense Front. I mean, if we have no people out there that can actually do anything else, it's just like, if a lot more stuff is not like, you only like whatever stuff is produced natively on a planet, only the surplus should be sent out, and not just have everything to be taken and not have much left for the people who produced it. That it's just that simple.
Yep.
And again, you should give people more incentives. You really should give people more incentives to say, yeah, I think living on Mars may be interesting. Come on, honey, pack up. We're all leaving. We're going to Mars.
Yeah. What do you mean we're all going to Mars, honey? We're going to Mars.
We get to live on another planet. We're going to be one of the first sets of humans to ever set foot on another world. But I'd still say we should probably try to find other planets that are like Earth to live on instead of like going to our own to Mars. I mean, if we're mining like industrial resources, I can understand, but if we're gonna like live on a terrestrial world, we need to find planets with conditions like our own Earth. Or hell, if we're gonna be really truly spacefaring, all we could really do is just grow crops in space, and that's about it.
Yep.
We can't take any cattle. We can't take any cattle with us. We'd have to be on a terrestrial ground in order to like raise cattle.
Yep.
And livestock, yeah. But let's move on to this about the PS5 price hike.
Yeah, this is the final story of the evening for this edition of Sunday Morning Pop Talk. And it's from Anime News Network. It says PlayStation 5 gets price increase in Canada, Mexico, Europe, Australia, Japan, more regions. Yeah, price hike on a system that nobody can either afford already, or even if you can't afford it, you can't find it.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
It does say no price increase in US, so you know what's going to happen. Anyone in Canada or Mexico, they're going to come to the US so they can buy their PS5 if there's one in stock.
Yeah. And dear Lord, we only got like 2 or 3 months before Black Friday. Holy hell, this holiday season is going to be insane, most likely. Either that or we're not going to see much spending in terms of like Christmas gifts. But come on, it's all about just having the chance to even see your family should just be the one thing that everyone should look forward to, at least.
So it does go on to say no price increase in the US. Sony Interactive Entertainment announced on Thursday that the retail price for PlayStation 5 will increase in select markets across Europe, the Middle East, Africa, Asia Pacific, Latin America, and Canada. The official US PlayStation blog stated that the cause is high global inflation rates and adverse currency trends in the economic environment. The company added that it is still working on improving the PS5 supply. There will not be a price increase in the United States. The new retail prices for some of the listed areas are as follows. They are effective immediately, with the exception of Japan. Europe, the PS5 with the disc drive goes to €549.99, originally €499.99, and the digital system goes to €449.99, and that was originally €399.99. UK disk drive system was originally $449, and it increases to $479. And the digital system was originally $359.99. That increases to $389.99. Japan, effective September 15th. Well, that goes to 60,478 yen, including tax, originally 54,978 yen for the disc system. Meanwhile, the digital system was originally 43,978 yen, and that increases to 49,478 yen. China, the disk drive will increase from 3,899 yuan. I don't know if I'm saying that right.
Yeah, won, I think. Yeah, won.
Okay. 4,299 won. And then the digital system goes from 3,099 won to 3,499 won. Australia, it increases from $749.95 to $799.95 for the disk drive. The digital system goes from $599.95 to $649.95, and in Mexico,
Shouldn't that be pesos though?
for Mexico, it is going to be pesos. I'm getting to Mexico right now.
Yeah, I know, but it doesn't say. It says MXN. Shouldn't it be pesos though?
Maybe it means the Mexican dollar. I don't know what their
Yeah,
abbreviation is. I mean, it is pesos.
Huh?
But
I don't know. It's
it
weird.
goes from 13,999 to 14,999 for the disk drive system, and the digital goes from 11,499 to 12,499. And in Canada, I'm sorry to my Canadian friends, but it goes from 629.99 Canadian for the disk drive to 649.99 for the disk drive, and that's Canadian. And for the digital, it goes from 499.99 Canadian up to $519.99 Canadian. And it says Veronica Rogers, Senior Vice President and Head of Global Sales and Business Operations at Sony, previously stated that the company is planning on a significant ramp up in PS5 production this year, adding the company is working endlessly to make sure that PlayStation 5 is available to everyone who wants one. Sony revealed it in its financial results presentation for the fiscal year 2021, April 1st, 2021 to March 31st, 2022, that it had shipped a total of 19.3 million units of its PlayStation 5 console worldwide, with 2 million of those units shipping in the final quarter of the fiscal year. DualSense Edge, a new controller for PS5, will feature multiple customable options, including custom user control profiles and swappable parts. Go on and say anything else? It doesn't look like it. But that's still a substantial price increase for certain markets. And honestly, I'm just going to say this. If you want a PS5 and you can find it, if it makes you happy, fine. If you don't want a PS5, fine. But I don't know about paying close to $600 for a new system.
Yeah, isn't that how much the PlayStation 3 was at launch?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. For the 80 gigabyte PS3, it was that much.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the price would go down. I mean, the PS5's been out for like 2 years now. And yet it's like almost impossible to find one. But then again, like I said though, I'm probably not going to get a PlayStation 5. I'm probably going to focus on trying to get a Nintendo Switch, and also, sorry, I don't know what's up with my camera here, but yeah, I have like the PS4 still and my Xbox One over there, and in that ring binder there's a few like old original Xbox games in there, so I can play some of them backwards compat. So there you go.
Yep. And see, that's another thing, with a lot of the Sony systems, PS4 comes to mind, and the PS3, unless you had the original 80 gigabyte PS3, the rest of the PS3s that came out afterwards weren't backwards compatible.
Yeah.
And the PS4, well, they dropped the ball by not making it backwards compatible. They would have sold a lot more units if it was backwards compatible, in my opinion.
Yeah, and that was a big problem. I mean, that's kind of where Xbox kind of really edges out in front of them, because at least it gives me a reason not, because I mean, if I have a bunch of old 360 games a lot of them are currently downloaded onto the console. And heck, I'm actually glad that some games that were just sitting in like a blank case for years, now one of them I can actually play. I think I also have like GTA San Andreas in there, and I think I can play it backwards compat. And I already mentioned I have Left 4 Dead 2, so I have all the DLC for it. I have DLC of both of the game's campaigns. So they're in 2 DLC. So basically you got the complete package on Xbox right there, backwards compat. I know, but also the thing is, again, eventually I want to eventually build myself a gaming PC in some point in the future. But we already know prices for those, for like all the parts, are like exorbitantly high.
Yeah, especially right now.
Yeah. And I mean, the same thing goes with I mean, the only other console I want other than like a PC at some point. But I mean, PC is just for future proofing most likely, so I can also do other stuff like editing and probably upping my YouTube channel. So hopefully I'll be bigger in the future doing content. But the thing is, still, the only other console I want is the Nintendo Switch. And I mean, there's a couple of people I know who, one of them I've been on Talking Pinheads with once. He's got a Switch, and another friend who I've played both PlayStation with. Yeah, they both got Switches. And I mean, I want to be able to play a lot of games, like play Smash Bros, Mario Party, Mario Kart with them. And it just be a lot more fun. I'm still like currently just saving up my money to afford to get one. But again, I got to have my responsibilities and a lot of my priorities with paying my bills. So there you go.
Mm-hmm. Bills come first. Having a roof over your head comes first. And let's see. DJ Ronnie G says Twitter recently advised people with compromised accounts to use an alternate phone number or two-factor as opposed to them addressing their own issues. And that's in reference to what Tommy put in the chat about DoorDash being hacked. Yeah, and that's another thing. It's getting harder and harder to keep your information private. Let's face it, it's already out there, but you can still try to prevent even more information getting out there by protecting yourself.
Yeah. But I still say, I mean, it's good to have a VPN when you're out in public Wi-Fi, so nobody can like really track you or anything. But still, like they say that these things can block ads, but I use Surfshark, but it doesn't really it doesn't block the ads out, so I can get right back, so I can get right to my videos. But since I have Google Chrome and I have ad block on it, I can just watch any video if I'm on my desktop completely like ad free. But with Surfshark, you still have to see ads. But now instead of seeing ads from the country you're currently in, if you connect to a different server, you're just getting ads from those countries. So there's kind of a bit of a falsehood, somewhat with yeah, thanks, Age Boomer. That is a good time to like get a Switch. But I gotta have like 2 months. And I mean, a slow process, just saving all that money up. It's a bit of a slow process I gotta do.
That's understandable, especially with other responsibilities. You know, if you have a car payment, you have to make sure you make that car payment. And of course, gas.
Mm-hmm.
You got to be able to fuel the car up.
Insurance, utilities, groceries. Because again, I got to eat.
Yeah.
But that's the kind of thing, though. Some people just like, and even then, like the whole thing with like the whole monetizing like loneliness thing. I've watched videos from this channel called Glink, and it's talked about the whole lonely fans of OnlyFans. Like again, of course, you have people who want to pay with this because they're just so hard. It's so hard for them to find like actual connection in the world, and they have to pay for that. No. You don't need people to validate your existence. Look, you may be lonely, but take it from me. It's better to be, since I'm such an introvert, I feel better off. I feel better off and more at peace and have more peace of mind by myself than being around other people most of the time. And that's the thing that they don't do. These are people, but these are mostly people who have anxiety and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And sure, sometimes being lonely can be a bit of a stressor sometimes, but if you manage to get past it, you just gotta pour yourself into whatever it is you do. Pour whatever you want, all your time into a hobby. Besides work and everything else, just do something you enjoy doing, whether it's especially if it's something creative. Put some of your time into that. and you'll find a lot
Yeah.
more fulfillment out of it. Simple.
Like I've had people get on me about not asking for help getting something done, and I come back, and this is true. There are times where I can get something done faster by doing it myself than waiting on somebody else to help me.
Yeah. And like I said, though, I know we're already dealing with all this inflation stuff right now. So again, a lot of things like buying material possessions are just it just really isn't in the cards for a lot of people. And I bet it's not going to be coming very forward come this holiday season. More people are going to be more focused on making sure they have enough money to pay for gas, pay for food, especially if they're going down to go visit family.
Mm-hmm.
So there
It's
you
like
go.
people who put money aside to go on vacation. They may not be going on vacation this year, next year, or the year after that, but they're putting aside this money for a vacation so they can eventually take it.
Yeah.
Not everybody can afford to go on a vacation year after year after year.
Exactly. Especially, like I said, I know I was gone down to Tennessee to visit family because my sister was expecting her second child.
Mhm.
So there you go with that. I mean, I think it's already like taking a bit on my finances near the end of the month. But the only bright side is at least I didn't consume a lot of power of my utilities this month. So there's a small like little bright spot in that. So I'll probably have a lot more money. I'll probably have a lot more money saved this month. But I know I probably was already paying a lot of money from like using my credit card while I was down visiting. So I gotta have to start paying more of that off, even though I already got it just a little below $100. Now it's back up. Now it's over $200. I gotta pay off again.
Yeah, and I had my AC go up, so I had to wait a few days for the new part to come. So I'm thinking, okay, well, this will help the utility bills a little bit. Yeah, on the flip side, I still had to pay to get the AC fixed, but you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, and that's the priority though. But of course, some of these people, especially these OnlyFans chicks, they think that you already the only reason why you're rich right now is only because you're basically banking on very lonely guys and possibly some very lonely women out there who are actually think that you give them money, all you're really getting is just like a little 1 point, only like 5 seconds of acknowledgement from them, and that's all you're gonna get. Hope you got your money's worth, pal, out of that. And it's just honestly, I can honestly find those kinds of people very, very pitiful. You're wasting all your hard-earned money on stuff like that. Just like, guys, come on. I mean, you could say the same sort of case about super chatting on YouTube as well. You're only just doing that for a little bit of acknowledgement from the creators you love watching.
True, and even if you get a lot of interaction from some of the YouTube content creators, still doesn't mean that you're going to get that interaction every time.
Exactly.
Even when you go in and just say, hey, they're not going to see you in the chat, especially these bigger channels.
Exactly. You won't. I mean, for me personally, I love to have a live interaction. I love people to talk and ask questions, especially like if I'm doing writing streams. I'm glad that you came in and like asked some questions, Mike, and it's great. And I mean, I know it's not, I kind of also did kind of mess up with the audio a little bit on that stream because I didn't really notice it, but until I replayed it back. But it's always good to just have people to talk to, because if I don't have like if I'm not getting interaction, there's really nothing to really say. That's the reason why I think some people tune out of like some of my streams sometimes, because again, I encourage people to talk. I encourage people to speak about something. If you want to talk about something, I'll respond. Just talk and just ask me even just so much as asking me a really random question. But as long as it's not a troll question, it's perfectly fine. I just like to have like some interaction with the audience to know that you're there and you're enjoying the show. Just stuff like that.
Exactly. And real quick, I do want to say hello to Kathy Skywalker. And when I stopped by your stream, I asked you what your story is about, because I wanted to know what it was about.
Yeah, and it's a good thing. I just like that. I mean, again, anyone who's interested in writing, also that's another thing to like come and check out my channel for, because I have a few videos about writing and my opinions on like certain genres, and I'm gonna try to do more of certain things. Maybe during October, I'll probably do a thing talking about how like my opinions on the horror genre and stuff like that, and even love to have like other people who may write themselves and have an in-depth discussion about how horror has evolved in the field in the genre of literature, and like the field of like literature and whatnot, and how it can evolve and how it can jump from like the pages to the screen. So it's really stuff like that. I mean, it's always an interesting thing though to always be fun to interact with other people, especially like even when it comes to like pop culture stuff. Like I want to have like very in-depth discussions about Power Rangers, or an in-depth, like I said just a few seconds ago, about talking about writing with other people. It's just be interesting to do that kind of stuff, because out of all the things, like doing podcasts has been the most engaging thing I could do on YouTube, and just being on the internet is just being around and hanging out with other people talking about stuff. It's become such a ride, and I really like to be a part of something always.
I get you with that, because last year I was still trying to find my footing here on YouTube, and being asked to join different live streams and thinking to myself, wait a minute, I'm a nobody on this platform. I still am a nobody on this platform.
Exactly.
And you want me on your channel? It's like, but I don't know that I have much to offer. And that's one of the things that I kind of hold myself back with is, you want me on your panel, but I don't feel like I have much to bring to your panel. But then I also feel like I shouldn't turn them down, because I feel like I'm insulting them by saying, no, I don't want to be there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, sometimes I can even see it sometimes too. I mean, sometimes there are some people who are on panels that aren't even in the conversation. They're just sitting there, they're just sitting there in the background, just listening and just hanging out. That's all. That's sometimes all they're doing. I mean, I see it. That's all sometimes with that Star Wars girl on Flashcast a lot of the time, or on like what we see with Chrissy Mayer's podcast on Sundays, ironically called Simpcast. But again, it's just that sort of thing though. You just sometimes you don't have people that like sort of like really bring much to the table or really talk about anything. I mean, if you're having a heated in-depth discussion about politics, and you got one person out there that doesn't even care about politics, half of that time that person is just gonna be bored out of their mind, or they're just gonna be sitting back and just trying to listen and maybe just try to understand a few things. But other than that, there's nothing really else.
Mm-hmm. And that's what I found myself doing. There are times where I'll be watching a stream and I might just say, hey folks, or how's everybody doing? And then the rest of the time, I'm not saying anything in the chat. I'm just either listening to the stream in the background, or I'm watching the stream and just taking everything in. Even when I'm on a stream, there have been times where I'm thinking, maybe I should have said something, but I find myself getting, comfortable and just sitting back and listening.
Yes. Because that's the greatest thing you can always give a person, is simply lend them your ear. And not the way like those people literally did in Robin Hood Men in Tights. Don't just pop off your ear and just toss it at them.
Although that would be funny to reenact that. I'm not saying in the literal sense.
It'd be funny to get that clip and use it.
Yep. I do have the movie, so I should find that clip and
and just use it. It's just a good rip in there. It's just always great, because I know, and this is what podcasting is just the best thing. I mean, that's probably the most popular thing. Why do you think Joe Rogan became so popular?
Mm-hmm. And
because
you see someone like JPR PH1, and I do want to make sure I say hello, but one of the things about Pop Talk and its evolution was, instead of having it where I'm always reading these articles and giving just my one-sided opinion, and I was thinking to myself, have it where people can come on and give their point of view.
Yeah, and I mean it's always good to have, especially if I'm just doing a game stream and you just hear me talking, and I'm just like you just see me playing. I mean, if you talk to me, at least I'll have somebody to bounce off of a little bit. It's just nice, and heck, even just like I want to do like game night streams with people who are my subscribers at some point. I want to do that. I want to have fun and just hang out and do this kind of gaming stuff with friends or subscribers. That's the most engaging way to build community, is play with people who are your audience.
Mhm.
And
It's like I was
it's always
I
fun.
was
It's always
asked
fun.
Yeah, it is. I was asked the other night, what am I going to do when the channel reaches 300? I haven't thought that far ahead.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, I'm still just trying to build my way up. I mean, again, I've been on YouTube for over like come like the 24th of September, I'll be on YouTube for exactly 10 years. So that'd be crazy though. I mean, it's been a grind, but I didn't start like posting videos, and hell, I still just like do stuff like using my PS4 to like make content, like post clips, and I mean, of course, using StreamYard has been a big help. But other than that, I mean, I'm still just trying to work my way up and just trying to put content out there and hopefully try to make it as good quality and people will watch and enjoy it.
Yeah, I mean, we got Star Wars Theology in the chat right now. Felix has been posting, different videos where there's actually music playing, and it's very relaxing. I like to have it on in the background.
Yeah.
It's whatever comes to mind, whatever kind of content you want to produce. If you want to, put your own music up there on your channel, do it. Welcome back, Cash. Welcome back. Everything all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Okay. So, we're just having a nice conversation, talking about life, and we had previously talked about the price hikes for the PS5 in countries around the world. Of course, it's not going up in the US, but it is going up in Canada and Mexico. And I had said how I could see people from Canada and Mexico coming to the United States just to buy a PS5 if there's one in stock.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So what's your 2 cents on it there, Cash Money?
It's just greed. Sony gets greedy. The PS5 to me is not even worth owning unless you want to buy some third party games. And
yeah, I really kind of don't
exclusive,
really see it as like anything big as an upgrade. I mean, there's not really much to look forward to, at least in my opinion, moving forward.
I haven't seen much. Same with the Xbox Series X. I would say out of the 3 consoles to own right now, like the newer consoles, even though this console's not that new, is probably a Switch.
Yes, I'm saving up to get one myself.
The Switch is pretty cool. I know some friends who have a PS5. For me personally, I don't see a reason to own it until it actually has at least 4 or 5 games that might be worth it. And plus, the memory issue, you can add more memory, but that console should come with about at least a 1 terabyte, maybe even a 2 terabyte SSD.
Yeah, exactly. It should. I mean, for me, I have a 1 terabyte in my PlayStation 4, and I have the standard stock 500 gig as an external hard drive.
Mm-hmm.
And Fritz says all my consoles are in the pawn shop. Sometimes you got to do that.
Yeah, because I know everything, a lot of things are going up, and I mean, if you gotta like sacrifice that, so make sure you don't like get evicted or anything else. There you go. You gotta do what you gotta do.
Yep. So I think this is a good point to wrap up this edition of Pacific 4 Pop Talk. Is there anything you guys would like to plug?
I'll go first.
All right.
Give me 1 second. So okay, here we go. So there you go, right there. If you want to look me up, I'm actually on 2 social media platforms. I'm on Twitter and Instagram. So again, I've shared a lot of stuff on social media. And again, I know I'm more active on Twitter, and you get a little update. You get some updates on some certain things I'm going to be doing. Like, again, of course, I have my open mic series I do every Saturday at 5 o'clock called Talking Pinheads. And I also have my own Twitch channel, which I think recently I just played a little bit of like Left 4 Dead 2 on there. And I want to do more, and I just want to do more, and I want to do more streams on Twitch. So there you go with that. It's just like a fun thing to always do. And of course, like I said, you already can find me on YouTube at JetSparks373. I am so close. I am about 6 or 7 away from 100 subscribers. So anyone out there who's watching this currently, please at least go and give me a little, hit that little red button there. It takes you no time. And again, if you want everyone to come on, like Talking Pinheads, you can, just as long as you don't not there to troll or whatnot. You can have fun. And again, also come in and engage in my like chat or whatever. It's just always fun to just have people to talk to and bounce off of. And when you ask questions, it's always great to just have a good interaction with other people always. Because the streams can get pretty boring if I don't really have much to say. You're just sitting there watching me just play the game.
And right now, Jet Sparks, you are currently 5 away from 100. If you haven't subscribed to Jet Sparks, please take your time. He's only 5 away. Let's get him to 100.
Thank you. And the same thing goes. I'm also almost 5 away from 100 on Twitter as well. So everyone, if you want to just come in and hang out and just talk to me. And again, if you want to invite me on something, you want my input on something, whether it be Power Rangers or writing, just let me know.
I'll go ahead and grab your link for your Twitter real quick.
Yeah. Okay. Hang on 1 second. I can do that.
I got it.
Okay.
And I'm posting it in the chat right now. So there you go.
Thank you.
Welcome. And is there anything else you'd like to promote real quick?
No, not at all.
All right. Give me cash money.
So tomorrow there may be a stream with me and my co-host. I'm not sure yet. Later today, there's possibly going to be a gaming stream on the Phantom Hooligans. I'm messing around with this Gamecast. Something different than OBS. But on Tuesday, after I go see Top Gun Maverick with my brother, and then I'm going to be playing the Cowabunga collection with Mike. We're gonna the plan is to actually be on BC, and then we're going to be on our different channels. We're going to be playing the the Cowabunga games.
Yes. And prior to that live stream over here on this channel, I will actually be doing a release day first look of the Cowabunga collection, where I will actually be live and give you my thoughts and impressions on, all the content that's included in the game. And in this game, you're getting 13 of the original Konami Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle games. You're getting Turtles, the arcade. You're getting Turtles in Time, the arcade. You're also getting the original NES Turtles game, Turtles 2, the arcade game from NES. You're getting the Manhattan Project from the NES. You're getting Tournament Fighters from the NES. And you're also getting Turtles in Time for the Super Nintendo. You're getting Hyperstone Heist for the Genesis. You're getting Tournament Fighters for both the Super Nintendo and the Genesis. You're also getting the 3 Game Boy games that were originally released by Konami. And with some of the games, you can actually play them online with your friends, like the original arcade game and the original Turtles in Time arcade game. You can play online with your friends. The Super Nintendo port of Tournament Fighters, you can play online with your friends. You can also do the same thing with Hyperstone Heist. So I will be going through the menus. I won't actually be playing the game too long. I'll just show a little bit of demonstration of each game and let you know my first impressions, thoughts, and opinion. And then later on, Cash and I will actually be streaming one of the Turtles games on our respective channels and giving you our thoughts as we play. Now, I am going to extend an invitation. If we end up playing the arcade games, we'll have 2 extra spots.
Sure.
And if you're planning on buying the game on Steam, then we can have those 2 extra spots filled, and we can have a 4 turtle action going after Shredder and the Crane and the Foot Clan. So if anyone's interested, you can send me a DM over on Discord or on Twitter. Go ahead and put those in there. And as far as the time for that first look into the Cowabunga collection, that'll begin at 4 p.m. Eastern time on Tuesday. So if you're interested in watching it, you're more than welcome. And of course, there will also be Pacific Forum for Pop Talk on Wednesday. And then on Friday, I'm going to give you my reaction to having watched The Reigns of Power. I said a few weeks ago here on Pop Talk on a Sunday edition that I would watch 3 episodes and only 3 episodes. So I'll watch it and I'll give you all my honest opinion. I may even go on camera and you'll be able to tell by the look on my face whether I like it or not. So that's what's coming up here on the channel. And I do want to go ahead and take the time to thank everybody who stopped by. Thank you, Felix. Really appreciate you stopping by. And I also want to take the time to thank Lord Crit of Everest Productions. Thank you very much. Also, the Padawannabe. Thank you very much, brother. Age Boomer, it was a pleasure meeting you, Troy, and Netters Network Friday night and being able to stream with you all. Thank you for stopping by, brother. You're always welcome here on the channel. And if you ever want to hop in on Pop Talk, you're more than welcome to do so. I also want to thank DJ Ronnie G for stopping by. Thank you very much. Tommy and the Guinea Pig Collective, thank you very much, brother. Really appreciate it. And we also had, and thank you very much, Jet Sparks, for hopping on the panel and being in the chat. You were actually the first comment for this morning's Pop Talk.
Always. It's always a pleasure.
And we also had the Admiral in their Royal Life Orb. And I really should make a clip of Khan saying Admiral. And just that. Of course, we also had Atwood. His link is also in the chat if you want to subscribe to Atwood. He does a lot of gaming on his channel. And got to keep scrolling up because I had quite a few folks stop by today. And I want to acknowledge everybody who stopped by because there are a lot of channels that they can go to. And I appreciate them taking their time and stopping by here. Thank you, Resolute Germ. And keep scrolling up here. We also had Tim's Talk. Thank you very much, Tim. Sorry Spock wasn't here today, but hopefully one of these days I'll get him back on the channel. Spock on. And we also had Don't Ask Me to Be As Serious as You. I like it. And of course, Kitty Bear. Thank you for stopping by. And keep scrolling up here. We also had, and a pleasure seeing you here, Janet. Thank you for stopping by. I hope it's first of many times you stop by the channel. Janet from Another Planet. Please subscribe to her channel. She does great stuff. And we also had, although I'm surprised you didn't join the panel this morning, Phil. I hope you're feeling well. Phil McCracken. And let's see, who else? Of course, Jet Sparks. Thank you again, brother. And,
Always.
and that was everybody who was here in the chat. And thank you to everybody who watched for a few moments, lurked. Thank you. Your support is greatly appreciated. So until Tuesday, this is Mike for Pacific Forum for Pop Talk. Wishing you all a good rest of your Sunday. Make it a good one. And I will see you all later.